is RCC, the Rastafari Continental Council, that we need to establish a continent-wide Rastafari superstructure that will be a continental council that will still maintain Rastafari within the trajectory of liberation. It's not yet Uhuru. We are not free. In most countries, we got political freedom. We still don't have economic freedom. We don't have cultural freedom. There is no a single African state that is based on its national religion being an African traditional religion or African spirituality. In some other countries, you find that they have two national religions, which is Islam and Christianity. Like in Nigeria, in the north is Islam, in the south is Christianity. And some of them, they are the source of the conflicts in the continent. So then for us to then redirect Rastafari to its fundamental principles, we then evolved the Rastafari Continental Council. But also another troubling factor is that repatriation is not in the agenda of any African state, including the African Union. And considering that the African Union itself is not Pan-Africanist. Now, this is problematic that most of the ones who have made a trot, including the ancients, the last group of the ancients who came here, they're still being operating within the framework of immigration. So we are having immigration issues, immigration challenges, immigration problems. We are not yet dealing with repatriation because we don't have even a ministry of repatriation. We don't have anyone addressing the issue of repatriation governmentally. So ones who are here, they have to keep on going to the immigration offices to stamp their passport and so forth. So we saw the need that we need to have a continent-wide organization that will address these issues. But also this continent-wide organization, it needs to have national structures. Hence, in South Africa, we have Rastafari Nation Council. My chairperson, Dr. We call him Ras Foundation, Dr. Muteo Koitsiwi, he's a chairperson of the RNC, Rastafari Nation Council. So, and he was also on this platform, but I see it's like he left. He left some few comments there. So,
sorry, do you need to wrap up?
mobilizing the Rastafari Nation Council from last year to revive it again. And then in December, we established an interim national committee, which I was then elected deputy chairperson. And then we have the whole structure of it in order to mobilize nationally in relation to continental. Hence, we operating within the framework of Pan-Africanism within the context of Pan-Rastafari within the context of Pan-Africanism. Now, Pan-Rastafari being an all-encompassing and all-transcending Rastafari philosophy of unity that look beyond mansions, houses, orders, and individuals, which then guarantee collective and individual rights to the Rastafari, but also contributing to the wider Pan-Africanist struggle, which is the total liberation of Africa and the total liberations of the Africans, and which incorporate the Africans at home and abroad. Our struggle, the struggle of Rastafari in every nation or in every country, it is linked to the broader struggle or the larger struggle, which is the continental struggle. That even as we talk of the African diaspora, but at the end of the day, our struggle is about Africa. We are not fighting for any other continent, we are fighting for the continent of Africa, our own motherland. So this is our part and our contribution to Pan-Africanism within the context of Pan-Rastafari, putting all the houses and all mansions and all individuals under this banner of the Rastafari Nation Council in South Africa and the Rastafari Continental Council in the continent of Africa. I don't know if I have exceeded my time, and if that is the case.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to wrap it up there in the interest of time. We have another speaker to speak, and then we're going to take questions. We're going to take questions after this last presentation. So the next speaker is actually Prophet Greg, and I think hopefully he's close by.
Oh, no, give thanks, Rastafari, blessed Lord.
Yeah, give thanks for the total. We give thanks. As we continue on our exposition on Pan-Africanism and Rastafari. So we are, I should let everyone know, actually running behind schedule, so we're gonna try and speed things up somewhat so that we can get all of the various sessions completed, if possible, before we are thrown out of this venue. So, without further ado, Prophet Greg, it's your time now. Talk about Pan-Africanism. Give thanks.
All right. Assist with what's here. There is a fire. Who is doing?
Is doing oh, that is not mine.
Okay, well, very seen in the short time. So, in 1936, Emperor Haile Selassie I stood in front of the League of Nations and declared that apart from the kingdom of the Lord, there is not on this earth any nation that is superior than another. And we know that it is written that upon the throne of King David, to establish it until ordered from this time henceforth and forever, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. So, in reverence, I always give reverence unto the throne of David without any apology. So I greet one here in the name of the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie Jah Rastafari, in all of the matriarchs and patriarchs, as we look into Rastafari, the revelation of the Most High, on the theocracy, in how it impacts Pan-Africanism. It's a divine revelation. It's a divine revelation of the Rastafari indigenous faith and culture. So we look at the trek through the past, the reasoning on the present, and the prophetic look into the future, which basically summarizes from the text of the history and the prophetic fulfillment recordings in the Bible. Why is it so? Because the declaration, as how we had heard our previous speakers, the priests as well as you and I, Steve Bowden. The Emperor declared we in Ethiopia have one of the oldest versions of the Bible, but however old the version may be in whatever language it might be written, the word remains one and the same. It transcends all boundaries of empires and all conception of race. It is eternal. We mentioned the history of the Ethiopian official, how he was the first to bring the word. But also the importance is the emperor declared that they want all to find truth for themselves, and hence he caused a translation to be made from the ancient language of the East to the language of Amharic, so all can understand. And today man sees all his hopes and aspirations coming before him, but he's perplexed and knows not whether he's drifting, but must be realized that the Bible is the right point for humanity. For his part, the emperor glorified. Yes, so such is the power of kings that even the clergy become subject to their authority. They oftentimes declare rulership by divine right, and their transliteration of the Holy Bible is an example exercise almost always directed by the Synod. King James of Great Britain Bible, though, contains 66 books in comparison to Emperor Haile Selassie revision, Ethiopian revision, with 84 books, others related to even over 100. But even in the King James Version, Egypt and Ethiopia are mentioned 684 times throughout, while Greece and Rome are named 60 times, but only in the New Testament. A testimony that reveals that the proliferation of African history is embedded in the very Bible. And this is the first impact of the reality why we say theocracy and Pan-Africanism, the relation, is a crucial analysis in moving forward with the Rastafari faith and indigenous culture. Faith is concerned, indigenous faith and culture is concerned. The fact that the original Israelites as well had intermingled with both Ethiopians and Egyptians throughout their history is indicative of the blackness of the tribe of Israel, whose recording of 2,319 times throughout the Bible is confirmed its predominantly history of black people by these evidence, even in the very King James Version. This brings us to the reality of today, where all the Western mother churches portray biblical characters as being white, including dear Godhead. Truth, though, had presented two facts. One, let us make man in our image after our likeness. This is a question now to ask how history has recorded the impact of these kingdoms and dynasties that were created out of the image and likeness of the creators. And the second thing, the great dragon was cast out, the old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceived the whole world. And he started taking from books of Genesis and Revelation, respectively. But the question to ask, what is the deception and why? Is the 66 books that were presented a part of the deception, and are also the fact that all the characteristics are portrayed in the modern Christian churches, in the Western Christian churches are white. So these are two specific questions where we can see the deception needs to be investigated. Creation beginning declared existent, intelligent, and evidence. The manifestation in the heavens and the earth. The establishment of theocracy, that is from the governance of God unto the elected God, ruling the people's indigenous rights under divine, moral, and national laws. So, you see where the original Israelites, the 12 tribe of Israel, the black house of Israel, is also regarded. Significance why this is important is because we see the emperor declared as the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. So naturally, that history is intertwined. So it is good to analyze. But as we look at the King James Version, we see it records that Patriarch Abram rather, came from the land of Ur of the Chaldeans or Sumerians, in modern Iraq, into the land of Canaan. Patriarch Abram's name was later changed to Abraham, 1955 BC, as he was prophesied to become the father of many nations. The land of Canaan in ancient time was populated by African descendants, biblically to the tribe of Ham, as recounted in Genesis 10. The northeast border of Africa is still known today as the Hindu Kush Mountains. And today, Jews and Muslims are acknowledged to be descendants of Patriarch Abraham. This is the map indicating where it is written in Genesis 15 that the Almighty or the divine Creator will be giving the lands unto the Euphrates and between also the river of Egypt. So we see the river Nile unto the Euphrates, and in between Abraham covenant land. But the question that you have to really look into, just by looking at this land, why is it, or how is it then that in the history of even Abraham, the religious doctrines that they teach or the history of it, they only teach from the angle of Chaldean from Earth and not the angle of summer of Earth. So there's two realities there. And also we see the Nile coming from out of Ethiopia, the Abai, Blue Nile, and Lake Victoria, the White Nile. So the question really has to ask here, if the Almighty had declared or who has made such a declaration, it shows therefore supremacy. It shows supremacy of who is bestowing the rights for Abraham to inherit this land. If once know the history of the Sumer or the Sumerians, it will show a different light in history. But we have to really move fast in time so we can get to the meat of the fullness of the matter. This is the history of the Sumerian king lists and how they had presented them as God's selecting kings through the realities of theocracy. We look into the book of Genesis, where it is written that let us make man in our image, male and female created he them and blessed them, and was told to replenish the earth, to fill again the earth. But the second thing is the Garden of Eden that was created, eastward in Eden. So obviously Eden is significantly and identified here to be Africa. But the Garden of Eden, eastward, is in Ethiopia. We will look into that further. Significant, the forgotten book of Eden speak about Adam, how he was bestowed the honor and told that he was there to create children of light. Why is it significant? Because within Rastafari, every mansion within foundation speak about a tabernacle. So the essence of children of light comes to the fullness of creation from that time of I being earth angels, linking specifically to a located positioning in the Garden of Eden. How important is this? Let us investigate further. Okay. Here we have one significant thing. There was commanded when the man was cast out and put on the western side. All of this is in the book of Eden, forgotten book of Eden. Two things were presented from out of the garden: incense and myrrh. That is very important. We will continue. So now we reach to the point in 2193 where the Terah father, that's the father of Abraham, was born within the priestly lineage of out of Nippur. This is still in Babylon. Sumer history. Yeah, I see, but this is also found in the book of Joshua. We go down further and we see where now Abraham was also told, because Terah was commanded, or Terah rather, the father left to go to Canaan. Also, he didn't reach here, but the Almighty ordered Abraham to go there. So we see an incident where we see Abraham, when he was even at 99 years old, how the Almighty appeared to him and he fell on his face. And after communion, God went up from Abraham. That is also questionable. There again, at another instant, Abraham was met. At this time, the Sumerian records show that there were nuclear war. This was what was destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. We don't have those records, but these are the records that are already written, where theocracy, the rule of the creators, are evident. And so we are looking to a history that has been wiped out. Wiped out, and we need to find out why. So here it is again in the very Bible that Abraham bowed himself down and need someone. So this is not spiritualism. This is recorded history when he confronted individuals and that he bowed down to them. So what does the other history show? It shows that Pomerai, king of Babylon, in the time of 1750 BC, was received a code All right, that is also important. And now we get to the fullness of the Garden of Eden. Hatshepsut, Queen of Sheba, or the Queen of Ethiopia, Egypt rather, great wife of Tutmosis II, sent in an exhibition to the land of Put. So not only they said the exhibition came back alive, but she brought myrrh, frankincense from that exhibition, right? And as I said before, during the time of the man Adam out of the garden, he was given myrrh. The significance of that, the tree myrrh is native to the Arabian Peninsula and Africa, the Horn of Africa. So the foundation here shows the evidence that without any other, the Garden of Eden, given the nativity of the Eden, the herb tree, myrrh, incense tree is located there. So we reach to the point where we're coming to the history of King David when he was made elected king in 1003 BC, selected by the ancients of Israel, and also establishing Zion at the time. And I will just see this part of the narrative. It's very a short one, but this part is very significant, and I'm going to read it because it is a recorded fulfillment of prophecy that was recorded by the book of Daniel. The fourth beast is the fourth kingdom, and this is in Daniel chapter 7 and 11. The fourth kingdom rule, and the 10 horns are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall rise after them. And he shall speak great word against the Most High, and think to change times and laws. But he shall honor the God of forces, and a God whom his father do not shall he honor with gold and silver and precious stone. And he shall do in the most stronghold with a strange God, whom he shall acknowledge and increase with glory. And he shall cause them to rule over many and to divide the land for him. Fundamentally, this is the framework of Christendom, began under the Caesars. The time frame, if we are to really go straight into it, here is a picture of Pomeroy, the king, receiving the tablets at court, and this is recorded in a cuneiform format. So we question if it's this the similarity as how patriarch Moses had received the 10 Commandments. The prophet Elijah was taken up by the chariot of fire, and it was even said later on in Isaiah that in the future, chariots of fire shall be coming forward. We are being baffled by some history that are being eliminated. The Hindu Kush mountain range, as you can see, the descendants of Noah, Ham, Shem, Japheth are defined as such within this map. The Hindu Kush Mountains is the further northeast border of Africa that encapsulates all of the land of Canaan. So all between the Africa and the Hindu and Africa and that Asia there is actually the descendants of African people, not white people. There is no history in the Bible that identifies any white cultures within ancient Israel, within the reality of the history of the movement of I. From the creation, where they now has chosen to eliminate the reality with this strange God that you hear Daniel prophecy speak about. Okay, so we'll have to be going too fast with time, but significantly as well, there is also the evidence of the Ethiopian eunuch who went to Jerusalem to worship, and this is found in the Acts of the Apostles that the emperor speak about. How is it that the Ethiopian eunuch, way from Queen of Candace, gone to Jerusalem to worship? It's not a state visit. This is a worship. That means that the culture of Ethiopia and Jerusalem had to be one. When was this unification happened? It happened at the Queen of Sheba. and the union with Solomon. And that is within the Bible. So we reach now at the time when even it was commanded that the apostle should be sent also to the uttermost parts of the earth. Where is the uttermost part of the earth? Now, just quickly running through significantly the connection between the cultures of Africa and where they call Hebrew culture, because it is African culture. It has nothing to do with white history. This is black history, the black house of Israel, and it is all here in the Bible. We are being pulled over there just by the pulpit of the white man, and we will continue to show further why. Here's the invasion of the Roman Empire when it was under the first. Let me just read it. The Pax Romana, the Latin word for Roman peace, is roughly 200 years history, time span of Roman history. It is traditionally dated as commencing from the ascension of Augustus Caesar, founder of the Roman Principate in 27 BC and concluded in 180 AD. Augustus Caesar's original name is Octavian, if I'm pronouncing that right. He's actually an adopted son of Julius Caesar. But he took on the name Augustus. Augustus means, Bible, yeah man, give that to her. Augustus means his sacred majesty. So this is where the strange God, they're coming. Through Rome, they began to identify themselves outside of the tradition of what we call what's that word again? Theocracy. This is the birth of theology. So we have only 5 minutes. So that is the time when we see the difference between theocracy and coming into the picture of theology. Because you are now being fed with a culture that has nothing to do with creation, theocratic reign, and the connection of these indigenous cultures from creation. They brought forth, as how Daniel said, a strange God. Christendom is what came in and removed all of that history. And we were fed this because the Western world, the Western content of the churches came out of Christendom. So this is what blanket the whole of the Western, removing even the Ethiopian sea. So all cultures that tie into the agencies of Africa, agencies of Ethiopia, were totally obliterated in the West by Christendom. We only have a short time, but the essence of this is found in 1 John chapter 4. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirit whether they are of God or whether they are false prophet. Hereby you know the spirit, that every spirit that confesses that Christ came in the flesh is of God. The doctrine of the Antichrist is now the dispute between the divinity in flesh as well as something about spiritism. Here is the 70 AD when I moved into Africa. The Ashanti, all of this indigenous culture under Christendom, when it was destroyed after 70 AD, came into Western Africa. There you see, but significantly, it went into Ethiopia. Here we have the original Ethiopian Orthodox Church, or the church, the council of what you call it now, Chalcedon. If I'm going too fast here, but the council of Chalcedon is what separated the Christendom churches and the Orthodox Church. They call it the Oriental Orthodox churches. If you see the location of all the Oriental Orthodox churches, you will see it is located in Africa, the region of Africa. It has nothing to do with Christendom. It was separated. Yeah, you see? So these are information that were held back. Here's a picture of Christ out of the Egypt Orthodox Church at that time. Black images So these are what Christendom removed under their church and state, with the same divide and rule under Christianity under chattel slavery. All of that is what Daniel prophecy revealed, to divide and rule church and state under Christendom. But the history and the teaching within the sacred books remain here unchanged. It is black history. You can't have 16 names of Greece and Rome only in the New Testament and throughout all the mentioned in the Bible. It's black history, and then you want to put that as a white book. No, that is why I just said read and study. You will see. So, the legend of the golden stool, the Ashanti king. There's only one kingdom that had a golden throne and a golden stool. That is what the throne, what King Solomon built. There is it. So this stool, golden stool, legacy, came from Jerusalem into to show the transition in West Africa. But as I said before, the uttermost part of the earth, when Christ instructed the apostles them to go even onto the uttermost part of the earth. That is where the Queen of Sheba come from. The uttermost part of the earth. So the apostles them were sent into Ethiopia. So this is where you see the difference. Before 78 AD, the black Jews journeyed into the uttermost part of the earth, carrying the word and the teaching of Christ. There is Melchizedek teaching. After 70 AD, they went into the other region when the temple was destroyed in Western Africa. And it is from here now we see the dispersion to the transatlantic slave trade and all the iron coming into the Western region as how it happens here. So, in conclusion, as I would really have to just to the time frame, there was an expectation of redemption because, as I said before, Rastafari come and declare and resurrect the earth angels through the divinity of the Emperor Haile Selassie I, because so it was in the beginning in the garden. So it is the restoration, but it's also the expectation. Thus says the Lord, keep me judgment and justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness is to be revealed. Therefore divinity shall appear both in two dispensations. One as Jesus, because we need to know the name. What is the name of Jesus, what it means, and also the expectation of righteousness. So we see this even now. The only thing come that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in earth. In his days Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safe. And this is the name whereby he shall be called, the Lord our righteousness. Therefore the Lord lived with straight foot and led the nation and the house of Israel out of the north countries from all the countries where I have given them. The Ethiopian Constitution, revised Constitution of 1955, Article 2 declares, the imperial dignity shall remain perpetually attached to the line of Haile Selassie, descendant of King Selassie, whose line descends without interruption from the dynasty of Menelik I, son of the Queen of Ethiopia, Queen of Sheba, and King Solomon of Jerusalem. And 2, Article 4, by virtue of his imperial blood, as well as by the anointing he has received, the person of the emperor is sacred. This is the fulfillment of the other half, the coming of Emperor Haile Selassie. And the mission for the second Exodus, the repatriation and the reparation of iron. So, in conclusion, Pan-Africanism, if you look at where the Rastafari movement is demanding repatriation, if you look at Marcus Garvey, Back to Africa, the concept of returning is one and the same. But the fulfillment of defining theocracy as opposed to theology, which is where the Council of Chalcedon, there's a division, because the Council of Chalcedon separated the Orthodox churches. The Roman Christendom Orthodox Church went one direction because they split the purpose of the Christology. Said Christ and his humanity, the divine being are two separate things. Whilst the Orthodox still maintain what First Epistle John said, divinity in flesh. And hence, we as Rastafari can recognize that said divinity in flesh. And because Ethiopia, the Garden of Eden, was there in the beginning, it has to be the fulfillment of returning as earth angels. This is the significance why Rastafari declared the Almighty without any opposition. In that, I'm very apologies for the time frame, but you know, we can reason on this further. So if there's any quick questions, I will just give you that. Yes, Lord.
I accept the theory or the fact that all nations came out of black people.
Yes, that is the full 100 why I was showing you the history. Because what is happening and what has as the consequences of Christendom and colonialism, all narrative, all history of Ethiopia were removed from the text, what is in the Bible. If one's know about the roots, the ones in the documentary or the show on roots, Kunta Kinte, and what he had to go through when he had to be, when they had to change his name so he can accept the name Toby. But also in that documentary, anyone that was found, read it. What happened to anyone who was found literally as a black man, as I said, as a slave. Even there, show you said they were bent on keeping the black race illiterate. So all of this history that was wiped out, it is through the Pan-African movement, it is through even Rastafari that raised it not only from an economic point of view from Marcus Garvey, but he raised it, Rastafari raised it to the theocracy, ruled by divinity, ruled by the creator, as I and I having with tabernacle that every time earth angels created the children of light to be restored. So in answering the eye from the region where you see Abraham was given the land space. Yeah, it's in between the Nile and between the Euphrates right there. Ethiopia, the supreme being that governs all of that culture, all of that kingdom, because the whole of Babylon from them the time, you know, the fertile present, from Euphrates from right forward to the Nile. All of that was ancient civilization, predate mankind history. Yeah, you see, so Ethiopia was the supreme, the deity that even, as I said, the Egyptian pharaoh, the first Egyptian pharaoh that went to Ethiopia, brought back myrrh to show it, said, it is there, the Garden of Eden, because the myrrh is endemic to the Horn of Africa, not Mesopotamia, as some people are trying to say it is in Euphrates. No. That is not where the Garden of Eden is in Ethiopia, and it is Ethiopia.
Is there agreement that all persons, all nations came out of black, indication that black people were the first? White people didn't exist in the beginning. It was black people from the very beginning. This is my concept, I could be wrong.
No, that's what I'm saying. The whole creation has been distorted by Christendom. They take up the Bible, you know. They don't read from the Bible, you know. But them checking you up. This is why I'm giving you the example with Roots, Alex Haley. Anybody who find reading anything, you know, a judgment on them if it's a slave, you know, or black, you know. So they, when they stand up on them pulpit, they only talk things, but it is not the doctrine or the narrative that's coming from the text. And that's why the emperor said he had to transliterate from the ancient language of Geese to Amharic. So everyone can understand it for themselves, because if one, I and I can read it, because even from that tradition of the churches, I'm not being disrespectful to the Orthodox Church. But if you are given a constitution of 1955 that declares your lineage to Solomon and Sheba, King David, and also declare you as being a sacred person. And the church itself has not reached to the point as how Rastafari declares the emperor, then you're still not seeing the purpose and the fulfillment of how I and I, Rastafari, sons and daughters, see the fulfillment.
All right. Another question. We have to
wrap up. And as I said before, upon there are 30 slides actually, and this basically complements this book that I have audio published. So we just have to just move on. So beloved, yes.
Give thanks to the journey. But based on the question that his brother had, I think I know that the origins of the Caucasian read in the book called The Black Jacobin. It was said that two black scientists went out of Ethiopia, went up into the Caucasian movement and carried out the research and whatever, But this was a basis of trying to formulate the origins. So what came out of the whole process was very alarming, State in the book, they had to leave. That what was created or that was inseminated, in the Caucasian mountain.
All right. You see, this is why I asked the question, how much are we knowledgeable of the Sumerians, the history of the summer? Because we know about GMO now, it's a common name, genetically modified organisms. And yet still, when you go into those history, you see the same genetically modified happenings of what they did with the creation and how they manipulated with the same genes to create these ones. It is all there. So we are in the time of everything being exposed. So why hide this information when it is already there recorded? Theocracy, the rule of theocracy, not theology, ruled by divinity, and how it was written from the forgotten books of Eden, that theocracy, the divine, would come in the flesh. You have that deception there, where our separation went down at the Council of Chalcedon. All recorded, the separating of the Orthodox churches, the Orientals. Who are the Orientals if they ask that question today? Them tell us the Orientals, them are the Chinese, them and the Japanese, them. The original Orientals, Oriental Orthodox Church, is black people. Because these people, Oriental Orthodox Church, are out of Christendom. There was nothing in Christianity further east. So the Oriental Orthodox Church, if you check as I showed on the map, is located within the region of Africa. They don't teach us that because it began a war from that time. So the whole question of theocracy, divinity in flesh, was wiped out by Western Christendom and separated the two things. So they became teachers of a strange God, that not even the Roman God, them take on with the matter about Apollo, Zeus, all these, figureheads of cosmic. Not even that, no, it turned to Christendom when they identified the Vatican, bestowed the Vatican with gold, silver, and precious stone, according to how you see the Daniel prophecy was fulfilled. That is the reality of what took place, and why I and I stand firm today, Rastafari, Sunderland. So the whole Pan-African, you hear Steve Gordon, it is even defining your indigenous rights. So theocracy that brought forth the indigenous faith and culture, looking for a supreme divine person. We are declaring that divine person manifests in the what? Flesh. And Rastafari come, you will ever see the foundation mansion them. Tabernacle. So, Earth Angel, Blessed love and greeting, give thanks, Rastafari.
All right, so what we're gonna do right now is we're going to show some footage, some clips from the 2003 Global Reasoning Conference, because it is only fair that we have taken on the name of the Global Reasoning Conference. We can't forget about the one 20 years ago, which is one of the conferences we're commemorating. And then in about 15 minutes or so, lunch supposed to be ready outside. So I'm gonna just load up some of the footage. I have chosen to show Brother Plano, Mutu Baruka, Rasmigel Law, among some of the footage. How many people here were at the 2003 Global Read 20 years ago? Was anyone here?
Yeah, I was a finalist.
Right, well, all right, so you're familiar with the proceedings, but for those who weren't here, then maybe you'll see something that will interest you in the final judgment. Thank you. All right, give me about 3 minutes to get one of the technical people, so assist me. I'm not familiar with this particular car.
Oh, it's out. Okay, so this is it. Which one is it?
So there's a tree. I want us to show the one with can you see rest together? That's the one. So it's Michael Rollins, the company.
Wait.
Yeah, play put it, yeah, put the volume up just a little bit. No, not a hundred, like about 75. It's just, we're trying.
Yeah, this is the opening section, day one. This was the scientific theater, just on the side of the campus. Right side by there, introducing Rastafari. First day of the Global Reasoning 2003. All right, so I'm gonna fast forward now into the actual talk, but I just giving you a little bingy vibration, because you can see how vibrant that was on the first day, and you see the whole lecture theater full of Rastafari. So that's what struck me. I was there myself. So anyway, let's go into Ras Miguel's actual lecture, and it's a very important, he touches on some important topics. So the key thing he touches on is what he frames as a sabotaging of the first fact-finding mission to Africa. So his argument is, according to papers that he was provided by Brother Seymour McLean, could see that he was able to see that the mission, the fact-finding mission, was undermined, essentially. So it's actually a very important presentation he made. So let's see what we can get here. Get here for y'all and return to Africa. There are the rotation. There were many systems who made faith with that type of morality, very quickly, around that continuous sleep. There is also a reference that we, from a science, they were worse. Even after the exchange of the and that is the principle of repatriation that we need for us. We were having that they were trying to use the state of slavery. Then you know the state of we have things and I can say that we are not the state of penance. We are not for these bad vision. We are for the state of it. That's penance in this guy's form, allowing to return to our homeland.
All right. Quick announcement. So lunch is ready outside, and in light of that, you know, food is a sustenance of both the soul and the body. So we will be guided by the fact that the food is hot and ready now, and you know, when the item full satisfy us, we will review with the bill. But unfortunately, we have a restriction. We can't eat in the conference room. So I'm going to, you know, abide by the regulations, because I think ideally we could eat and take in the film and see that. We're not going to do that. So refreshment is outside and it's ready. It's not.
But then I believe that.
Si queda la luz, ya mañana se acaba. Arreglo al todo
You know what I mean? Let's take back from there. Let me get it. I don't know what it is, but don't tell you that the father, motherland. You are. Push. I've been talking to you for the first because I have yeah. Everybody is not on public service. A big of mine. Harder than the public service. I would like to have makes another problem. Just there was nothing wrong with problem. Just there was nothing like, but even this is, things already doing public with, globally, hopefully. And it's all unfired on the record, you have to speak as one wants to. You know, what's going on, so it's all unfired. I think comprehensive. You know, I want to smoke once. I want to smoke once. I smoke other ones. Because, you know, my only thing is, I'm going to know if I know what the other. You know, it's for the room. I'm so much. We buy the whole one and I take the common man. And then come on, this bit can't take the common man. And I alone. So, come on, bring all the answers to
Rastafari greetings. Greetings, Queen Asheba from Barbados, just joining the meeting. My audio is a bit poor. I hope you can hear me. Yes, is it time for my presentation?
Everyone is having refreshments right now. Not here,
Not yet.
not quite. In a moment, please.
At 5?
In a moment, please. In a
Oh,
moment.
yes, thank you. Give thanks, my brother.
You're welcome, my brother. Everyone of the Lord, everyone of the Lord, everyone of the Lord, Rastafari. Precious morning star.
It's kind of the law. Humanity, prosperity, neutrality, independence, voluntarily, unity, a new world, law of the land, the rule of eternal company, applies only to the moral of eternal virtue for everyone. Is based upon the law of dynamism, separated covenant of creation, declared and final. It's all like Kalimawai. Before. But anyway, the bad campus are the community purpose sites. We are community. Yeah, never. Yeah, yeah. No. We are Washington, DC. Yeah, we're supposed to do a presentation 1:30, but we're going to lunch break. And the place are like 5 o'clock, so we're going to go. 5 o'clock, me say that lot. Lecture kit a lot 5. You may ask the man that the chief because that establish a local community. After a while, you need to let out and remove your fire. So, more popular task. God, the man Peter realize that we restore the child and no, we cannot like onto that here to push around. We can afford to push around the other. I don't know the people they are bringing. I don't think the people they are bringing. All that are all of the ones that can see. Everybody can see the real. That's what around 15 to 20 people there. I want to try by Israel. All 15 tribes. If that one does the main 15 people who done it, the next time of that, I think there are things on us. That's they know this in the webcam. Webcam in the lecture theater now. That sounds like sabotage to me. Okay, now webcam in a big universe lecture theater. Yeah, so much. Okay,
We have to go see a place, brother. We have to go see a place. We have to go do something. Yeah. The man doesn't take, start to fire cash. I mean, man, still I'm planning on things from beginning, but after a while, people may arrange and this stuff. Man, let's run down with the thing, and then when usually with the man, the land, it takes everything you have worked for some time, it takes a graduate student to come and do that and thing there. So, but guess what could I see everything? Man, coming with person, they man link with man coming with whatever names. Come on, them, the man coming with the fire. The content of this legal data, but they man have a network. Come on, right now the whole of mobile man them out there. If they link with that mobile man, the whole of them fit a man in that is. The whole of man think of the last one. Right. First thing I'm going to load and mobilize them. So, other man, I buy them that day, I have video that day. But the man got involved, key person who the people that nothing, because the man will try to get, the man will tell the man which almost like Marcus got moved in the world. Almost get Marcus got moved in the law practice right. He tell the man for me, don't put them people on things. Now they put them on start putting up people that will come out. That is the reason that is with our report. Yeah. But the rule of the time. It's not just that to First on the forward.
Everyone shoot ready, national just strap. I think we are four commanding on killers. Because they are we to get my presentation. Oh, we don't tell you the phone. You can't believe it. The man get a later people webcam now. So, you know, the color spoke up to the about the Peter. I get so much. One man army fire, and one man army one man. And then we put out the next thing goes. One man wanted, then we see what we can. All right, I'm going to share with you. If you put on a country, and they know it's specialist. That's the reason people want to get mobilized properly. I'm not going to want to fight it. I want to have once. And if you don't get into the first term, that point. Let's see how that happens. I have no idea. You know, you will be 500 years. Breaks already. Breaks new. I'm saying, don't know. No problem with that. You have to go to see things. People first, yeah, it's in a lot of things. It's easy to talk to easily. Yeah. If I ever see all the money that was here, how are they going to miss that? This is fucked up, man. They can't leave the alias. They can't leave the alias. Oh, you can't use school for work now. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to can't use Things flat. You know that one. I left. What is $45?
In a lunch break.
You know, say, I don't care for 10, 15 minutes. I'm supposed to have a presentation. But Jalan says he's not enough money. He got 3 roads.
Yeah, but what's new? Fine, that's fine, but what's new is not going to be a better it's not it's out there. They have to do my. What welfare in-laws?
Yeah.
It's a shop here.
Yeah, man, see. Yeah.
One welfare. Well, yeah, good concept in that scale, my brother. You can't put trees, you can't put alone. If you put alone, you can't put trees. You can't put trees with flowers. Well, I find out you sit alone. Kill it in a fire. No, not try to do that. Want to do a presentation, I'll make a video, and I'll work to I work in the school and stand. But Miguel, yeah, I think so. People didn't like to say that I was there, people go to charge at one point. You know, let me just start that people not. And I'm telling you, I got he's remembering my first one, and I'm going to be part of the border, they got them. And their responsibility to hear my experience 2004 and so first to go home to check in the one there, which I get better this time on the guy, and not try, and then live to our Utopia. And stand to my work is over, I just for a picture. Yeah, it's yeah, what that the laptop up on the screen, I mean, also. Yeah.
When me I see a desktop, you see.
Yeah.
Desktop.
Yeah.
No, come up there.
Yes, you have to have a conference, a university, but regarding your team, the center. What is known as the one, I wrote to the registrar of titles, asking her to warn the key better. You know, there's something law for that. In other words, you can't find the key better. I wrote to the lawyers that not. I wrote to her, asked her to warn the key better. So the law said I must give her 14 days. So after she warned the key better, you know. And then if you do nothing, then I can move now to register you.
Okay, hold on. I can manipulate the desktop myself. So just yeah, man, you there on the screen. I just move it. Come just see the desktop.
Next time I see you, I'll show you.
Put it on the screen.
So when they get a chance to drop off the money, that will look more than really.
So we have to Devon deal up on the screen.
All right. Give thanks. You're
not there on the WhatsApp, open up there on the screen. Oh, yeah. Okay, you put on the flyers in.
Just with the, as though there is no copy, third Friday, on the bad more pioneers, for merchants. So, facilitate them. Yeah.
Yes,
all the work was done by the Almighty, you know? Yes. Agree.
all right.
Listen, this is the logistics. I'm going to give you the rundown on the logistics, right? Why am I making huh? Not really, but if you want to.
Yeah, but I just love to go and get my thing out of the way.
But Queen, to be honest, yeah. Because this is you, eh? You see, the irony is you and Caleb there, and you don't know the time.
I didn't know it's 5. I thought it was 8.
Yeah. And the worse we start late, the whole thing, there's no momentum for this one. You see what I mean? Anyway, you're not on the organizing committee per se, but I was telling you, it could be done a lot smoother. So now it's salvage, we are salvage something here. So you
I'm supposed to be here.
is it here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right here.
Yes, that-
It's a lot of things
that's-
that things we know.
Yeah.
But that's the concept we know, say man present, so all we
Yeah,
know is
yeah.
not present.
They probably not feel right. So my thing is, we just, anyway, man said something about social security yesterday, so that's repetition. I don't even know why that's on that. Yeah, it's probably more think him and repeat, so, you know what I mean? So programming, that's redundant. Yeah. But here what I know, does he, if a man have to know the limitation, he is not a program. Right? You don't have, you know, I mean, have idea, man, that it take a certain mindset.
I don't know.
He wants to try to do everything. Well, if you want, here what I know, if you want to start up the place as the conference, man, this one not gonna do it.
No, definitely. I could do a better job on that.
When you look on 2003, I will show just a little 15. Yeah,
This was
it's
supposed
like
to be, this
yeah,
conference was supposed to be a reassessment
yes,
of 2003.
yes,
But it's far from it.
it's far from it.
The individual resource
Yeah,
are not here.
yeah.
So the sacrifice the
Where the, I was
Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to, what I'm gonna propose, is I show 15 more minutes of this footage and then you come on and do your thing, right? But we have to condense everything to get out here. Yeah, yeah.
My thing not down.
Yeah, together we work, they'll be okay then.
All about this and
Intervene.
Plug out, something plug out. Why am I getting no sound on this? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
there is,
Everyone.
At the same time, I'm ready, must make a move, but you don't need to.
no, I don't need Zoom, so that's. Yeah, only, yeah. Tell him, why am I doing, why am I? Well, make him know, so we already know.
You know?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, I want to show 15 minutes of footage, so, after. Oh, I know what the problem is, it's me. Okay, yeah.
We also it seems so bright now. It could be even more bright now.
Then that is that. World. Start by October, number 20. And the stuff the back importance for on this and the public is a level and the problem thing that is put in the family. We don't know, and then we know if you put that stuff, let's put that around. That's stuff. Well, you put your family concept. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, meeting going on, it's right now, it's going down. Let's get our. But huh?
Yeah, you have to carry the one.
Yeah, and then Dr. Bonner, we need to get back into the agenda, please.
Yeah, yeah.
Go back into the agenda and keep it sharp and tight, please.
To be honest, you're all right. This is very important. It's about the fact-finding mission. All right. Brethren, I pray they're going back into conference mode now. Yeah. Please.
On a le meeting, you move back global Rastafari meeting.
While listen this, this is very serious information about how the fact-finding mission was sabotaged. These are the words of Norman Manley now.
I'll share this on the WhatsApp.
So you have an excerpt there given by our brother Miguel Lon here on the trip, the fact-finding mission to Africa of 1961, how underhanded, you know, the Premier Norman Manley was, and people hoping it would fail, and so forth and so forth. And maybe if we have the time, Ras Miguel can in person say some more about that. But right now, in the interest of time, going to have our brother here, Ras Medin, make a presentation to kick back with the presentation. And Ras Medin is going to
Ras Medin is going to present on restorative justice, right? I believe, well, that's what we have on the program anyways. So, are you more or less ready to present Ras Medin? All right, so I'll get this stuff together. While it's getting this stuff together, I just want to show you maybe 2 minutes of Mortimer Plano talking at the Global Reads in 2003.
Can we share those slides?
I'm telling you, it's not slide. This video.
And needless to say, this was one of the last sessions of the 2003 Global. You know, this is Plano relatively lively because, you know, he was getting sick at this time, 2003. But it's a lively presentation, you know, so but we don't have the time now with that, but just know that ideally, maybe we have another session down the road and show certain presentations that were made in 2003, because it was very rich with a lot of presentations from someone who have now passed and so forth. But the whole thing is that never throw away the past. That is my philosophy. Just always be aware of what is happening in the past, because it informs the present and it informs the future. So I, for one, don't believe in taking a historical approach. You know, you have to know what's going on in the years before to firmly inform what is going on. Right? And no, none of us can know too much. Another thing. So some of us are okay with not knowing anything or knowing very little. I'm just saying we all owe it to ourselves to feed our minds with knowledge. Don't be afraid of feeding your mind with knowledge. That's what I have to say. Anyway, so Ras Medin, you're pretty much ready now, I'm sure. So basically, the floor is yours. Yeah?
The gifts was not about it. Yeah, greetings to everyone that are here in the blessed name of His Imperial Majesty Empire Selassie I, and Empress Menin Asfa. You know, but ancient balance of creation, you know. So I am Ras Gabriel Menin. Yeah, being alone within Rastafari movement purposely over 20 years now, since 1995. I consider myself as Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo practitioner and also an Bungi warrior. You know, I have to be truthful, I myself, and identify I myself in creation. See, so give thanks for this gathering. You know, His Majesty said we are 1 or 2 again in my name. You know, great things can happen. So we give thanks, saying we're taking the positive out of everything. So give thanks to the reasoning, and give thanks to the opportunity to be here and to make this brief presentation, not number now, but really brief presentation, and I see under the theme of justice and healing, right? So I'm here to give a presentation. Currently, I work within the societies, and I work with the Ministry of Justice. I am a restorative justice facilitator and trainer, right? I've been doing this job for like over 10 years now. I have also gained some academic certification from this institution. I have done my Bachelor's of Science here in the degrees of Sociology and History. And I also achieved a Master's of Science in Sociology as well. Yeah, so we give thanks. Yeah, so my presentation basically is on justice as healing, the Rastafari way, right? So I want to tell all Rastafari that the way forward for I&I within the 21st century has to be nation building, very important. You know, we have to find ourselves evolving from councils and houses and mansions and becoming a nation, a one Rastafari nation. Still having our own peculiarities, but with a broader picture as a Rastafari nation. The movement started in 1930, and right now, the movement is globally, right? All walks of life, our nation, our creed, are within this fullness of manifestation, right? I like to be interested in the achievement of a global Rastafari nation that is protected and governed by our own laws, deriving from the laws of the Imperial Majesty, right? Governed by our own security and our own justice. So we are a nation. But in order to be a nation, we have to have our own governance structure. That's what I'm saying. And I mean, Rastafari always promoted independence, self-help from ancient times, emerging from Pan-African movement, Black Power movement, Ethiopian movement. So we should be interested to govern ourselves. Very important. A lot of people governing themselves. We see why the Maroons are trying to sustain that indigenous governance and lead up and challenges from the wider Jamaican society where Maroon villages are in existence. We see whereby there are other communities in the world that exist as state within state. The Vatican City is one of those that were burned every day. Even though they are in the country of Italy and located in the city of Rome, the Vatican is still a country by itself, governed by the Pope as king and priest, right? But have their own laws and have their own tribunal within us, among themselves as a group. And yeah, many other groups that are like that as well. I'm saying that Rastafari should be able to start the process of articulating how we can achieve that type of global independence within the scheme of it. A question is, how long will I remain in the peripheries of Babylon societies without a certain I won't existence within more purposeful ways? I'm saying to you that one of the purposes is a certain our own self-determination is the ability to have disputes and conflicts that may arise among us from time to time. I are human beings living within a human environment. So there are different opinions and stuff like that. And conflict may arise. And conflicts have arisen within our own movements, whereby we can agree that these conflicts, because of our inability to to manage them within our own way. We created a lot of underdevelopment among islands, meaning that even things are being achieved, we still could achieve greater things if we were in unison. Our framework whereby we can address each other when we act out of the norms that we should establish for ourselves. We do not have to bring our matters to Babylon courts. In other words, we could bring to issues among ourselves to put sort into a third party, for example, the court system. So we are proposing an alternative resolution, not only for internal Rastafari matters that we have discussed about, but also we could use alternative resolution approaches to, applications for internal reparations for atrocities done to INI within our various localities through the Caribbean, through the world. So even when it comes to reparation for Rastafari atrocities, right? A lot of people voice dissatisfaction with what the government proposed as a type of reparatory justice a couple of years ago. From my own, from my own minimal investigation, I realized that there are a lot of dissatisfaction with the traditional way in which the government tried to facilitate reparatory justice. Maybe if we these victims of Rastafari atrocities could sit face to face in a more indigenous type of approach, maybe satisfaction would have been achieved on both sides, right? On the side of the offender and the side of us the victim. So I'm saying that I'm proposing an alternative resolution for dispute among us and even to agitate for reparatory justice. And as it relates to the former, right? Dispute among us, right? A lot of disputes have emerged among us over a couple of years now, several years maybe, and we see whereby we try to gain some type of resolution through the court system. I'm not sure of the extent to which these resolutions were satisfactory to we and to the parties, the Rastafarian parties who brought these matters. It can be matters related to clinical, matters related to the Millennium Council, and other issues that have arisen, and also issues that may arise in the future. Right? So we'll be utilizing the court and the traditional way to bring justice, and sometimes do more harm than good, right? So the traditional way may not be the best way. So there are I'm saying that there are significant linkages between conflict resolution and community development, and I'm talking Rastafari community in particular. Conflict resolution can be used to address and manage community issues, address family conflict. We have a lot of family conflict among us. Some of us don't talk about it, they exist. Facilitate wider Rastafari dialogues, and even to address discrimination against Rastafari children in schools. We love to rush to the court. And then sometimes when the judge passed their thing, it don't come in our favor. I can remember the case recently with this young lady, I think the master had to treat this young girl. I don't think I'm curious for Rastafari, right? If I can remember. A recent case went to the court and the judge passed ruling in favor of school, saying that I'm talking about school rules, that the school have got enshrined in a rule that persons are prohibited to have long hair in the school. Maybe if we try a more holistic approach by sit down and have conversation, maybe the result will be satisfactory. Because there are certain strength when you sit and speak, as opposed to having third party speaking on your behalf. When they fall in the further of Jamaica jurisprudence, it can become very technical, and you might lose the case of some simple technicalities. Not that you are wrong, but because of certain technicalities, you lose your case. I'm saying that conflict resolution that enhance commitment towards Rastafari. Conflict resolution that helps in INI together after putting a matter to closure. There are many matters that are still open. Persons, I mean, people are doing things to go around these things, you know. We know that alternative things to go around certain issues to avoid certain things, but greater things can happen if we could do things together. That's all I'm saying. But we just need to know how we manage the issues between us and how we can resolve them. Greater things can happen. So even alternative approaches are being set up by various different groups, the issue still being festering and festering. One of the most important elements in conflict resolution is choosing to tackle problems as a team rather than attacking each other. No development can come that way. The tear down against each other and the attack against the integrity of one another. As Rastafari, where is the brotherhood? We need to find a way to restore the brotherhood among I remember when I just actually was Rastafari, right? And I checked and then I only used to relate with each other. Because Rastafari few in few numbers in the 50s, I would say, as Dreadlocks Rastafari, 40s discovered. When you see each other, it's like a litany of praises to the Almighty just before they even breathe. What I'm trying to say, the brotherhood amongst us has teared down significantly. I mean, when they won't be a very long time still, but the brotherhood was more connected, we did have more connection earlier. Right? And I think we can arrive there. We were connected when we created umbrella organizations to represent us. I feel that we were connected. So it's great now. Or do we restore the relationship and repair the harm that we are done? Or are we going to continue as if nothing didn't happen? The choice is there. But which choice and which decision can be made that can facilitate greater togetherness and greater development? Right? We can't operate and achieve development within that contention of us. And because of who we say we are Rastafari, we live peace and love, we live love and anything. So we have to be careful, right? I'm also saying that there are many indigenous models of alternative dispute resolutions in practice among different indigenous groups globally. In Africa, there are many, and because of the time, I won't even go in one in particular, but just put it out there. There are indigenous models for alternative dispute resolution. Rastafari identify ourselves as an indigenous culture. Even though some of us would love to propagate that, we don't even know to fully represent that. But that's a different argument, right? For a different time. But what I'm saying is that we identify ourselves as an indigenous culture. So therefore, as an indigenous culture, we must have a framework what internal appears. We cannot be reliant on the traditional framework of this portal system that we learn to pass judgment to any decisions or any issues that we are in as Rasta against Rasta. And going forward, as a nation, we must have that in order to say we are a nation. We must have money. We must have money, right? The government of Jamaica and the Ministry of Justice, right? They have adopted a model in restorative justice, which emerged from indigenous communities. I want some people basically, scholars basically, they went into these communities, make observation, and just collate the procedures and bring it within the formalities of society. But the practice itself coincides with all, there are certain tenets, certain features, certain principles that are common with restorative justice and all other indigenous conflict resolution models, right? But before I go into the details about restorative justice, I just want to take some procedures as ways for resolve conflict. We must be able to talk directly to each other, assuming that there is no set of physical violence, talk directly to persons with whom you are problem. Direct conversation is much more effective than speaking a letter And we know what these letters do, right? Banging on the wall, chewing the rock and complaining to everyone else, right? So we must be able to have direct conversation in a peaceful way, within a safe environment where everyone feels safe. We should choose a good time. Plan ahead and know yourself some time for a thorough discussion. Don't start talking about the conflict. Just as the other person is speaking today. And dinner, for example. Try to talk in a quiet place where you can now be comfortable and undisturbed for as long as the discussion is. Meaning that you don't want to come slide of time. Explain what the problem is and hold on each other. Don't blame or need God. And recognize the other person only makes it harder for you to hear you and understand your concerns. Don't blame the other person for everything. Between the conversation with your opinion of what you need. And you should be able to do information with other person's people. You are planting my reality and purpose just to make in mind. Instead, give information about your own feelings. So once you give information about your feelings, other person's chances are is that person can completely. That is the understanding kind of follows. Some of the things that restorative justice deal with. And matter of fact, we can even find it all. We don't want to call it restorative justice, that is the point that I'm making. The moral practices, right, and call it a different name. Very Ethiopians in this practice, this alternative dispute resolution, call it a different way based on culture. Just like in some Africans called peace and reconciliation. But in Rwanda, might be called something different. So we can coin, we can label our own framework that we have, and something that can challenge us to do, right? Some of the things that restorative justice deal with in justice and reconciliation, right? But that's that the sport is built up for most things, you know. When they do these things or achieve these things in virtually, you usually sentence somebody. Charge somebody some empty fund, right? And we can find these things within the principle of His Majesty. All we got to do is do that His Majesty say about reconciliation and the spirit of program, right? Healing and reconciliation is very important. We can't condemn each other going forward. And individuals one may observe and condemn each other. Majority of them are resourceful people, very important for the development of the community. So, we have to learn one another, get me? So, we have to, we are minorities, so we have to find a way to forgive and reconcile. That's how healing is going to come, right? So, restorative justice is a process whereby all the parties that state and particular offense come together to resolve collectively, or to deal with the aftermath of the offense and its implication for the future. The emphasis is on repairing harm caused by conflict or crime or dispute. We have tried this approach in our community in the past, calendar year, when we did a lot of sensitization among the community, 9 millions and among other groups of Rastafari, right? And we have also presented this procedure to many of our members who are in conflicts. Some cooperate and some express that they don't believe that this will bring justice. They have to go to the court, right? So, yeah. So in restorative justice, as I mentioned, collective, it's done in a collective way. The parties working in the country come together and sit down. And the next one, and we have third parties. These third parties who can help us with justice can be our elders who are among us, or experts who are among us, persons who we deem can be neutral. I believe that's this way parties want us to resolve our thing. And we point back to Aisha, we point the judge. Marcus Garland said, who shall judge the judge? So we are going to judge why for justice. Like men. Like men. So the principles of restorative justice, accountability, and the reason why many can't work amongst we because some of us fail to accept accountability. Accountability is I did something wrong and I'm willing to do X, Y, Z to repair the harm that was done. Accountability is split responsibility. Responsibility should come as the first principle. You should be willing to accept responsibility that what I have done. This and repair that, right? You notice that that's trying to be very diplomatic here, that allow me to fight my finger. All right. Persons must be willing to hold on. In order for us to establish an alternative dispute resolution amongst ourselves as Rasta, so we don't want to Babylon to get justice. Babylon not going to give justice. And Babylon is going to laugh at us. We've gone over later, change the wrong, the other wrong sentence. Just laugh at the Rasta, just cast judgment for one, right? Against the other, right? Adversarial justice is called as adversaries. We are Rastafari. Person, I and I must be willing to accept responsibility. Must be willing to do that. I mean, willing to be accountable to some kind of reparatory justice. Rasta seeking justice on Babylon for atrocities, right? While Jamaica seek justice from England for transatlantic slavery. There's a saying of dance a yard folk and dance abroad. Maybe Rastafari can set the example. Maybe we need to establish an internal mechanism and procedure amongst ourselves whereby we can start the process of healing amongst ourselves first, right? But key point is responsibility. Must be willing. Another principle is empowerment. It's very important when you sit as a community and as a team, and there's no third party. But a woman who is divorced from our movement tell us what to do, what is right and what is wrong. So it's important to us when you can bring justice to your own self, right? Forgiveness, honesty, hope, humility, those are principles. It's not so like I and I fire, but I ask a question. Does this sound like Babylon? Accountability, empowerment, forgiveness, honesty, hope, humility. We have to exercise a high level of humility to utilize alternative dispute resolution because of certain requirements like accepting responsibility and being accountable. Participation, reconciliation. Those are certain fundamental principles of what restorative justice is. So restorative justice brings the parties together. We can find a nice safe environment where we do these type of conversations, which are done confidentially. Meaning that the story that are shared during that meeting should be confidential, and there should be some apparatus that hold people confidentially, hold people to confidentiality in a legal way. Because we can know when we use Babylon, but we don't use Babylon, right? So in a legal way, we don't want people to leave these internal reasoning and are able to talk about what was said, might create more problems, people can get hurt. So the trust, it's very important. We have to trust each other to be simple and reason each other, right? The third part, as I mentioned, is very important, and we have enough of those. We are just talking about giving respect that is due to the ancient, but we're not utilizing the ancient in a very touchable way, right? When we come within indigenous societies, whether it be Oromo, Ethiopia, Tigray, all indigenous societies, the elders of the community have to be in that conversation. That conversation cannot be done without the elders community. And the elders of the community are the vanguards, they are the custodians of culture. So they must be utilized in these type of conversation. We can identify elders we believe can be honest, fair, and just, and with intent. Right? We usually sit in our circle when we're doing restorative justice, deliberations, we sit in our circle. You can sit under a tree, the one who's sitting in our circle, still indigenous people all over in Canada, the Aborigines of Australia, they all sit in circles. I heard that we have 2 minutes, right? So we sit in circles, beloved. So, beloved, what I'm saying, right? Let us be serious with our movements, right? There are many achievements to be achieved, many victories to be won. We will not victories already. But there's one thing we're left hanging. It's all we've done this to amongst ourselves. And I'm saying we don't have to use the system. We can be amongst ourselves. All we need to do is establish a framework. And everybody should buy into it. We can really, as a collective, can sit together and kind of a workshop where we establish the framework to deal with Rastafari justice. Give thanks, Rastafari, bless.
Okay. If that's what's made, so we entertain a couple of questions. And we're going to move right into the next session. So, anyone have any key questions based on what Rastafari just presented on, which is essentially a restorative justice framework for the Rastafari community? Yeah, let's use the mind.
Covers the multitude of sins.
The love might cover a multitude of sins, my brother, but we can't just depend on that alone from a practical point of view. Yes, man. Maybe commented mine. Start.
Yeah. Just want to say, maybe we need to come together. Restorative justice, which is another traditional aspect, and I say the reason for the issue, and I with one another, right? And 9 years ago, when I remember Rastafari Unionist report, right? This restorative justice sensitization was the talk of the day. One in the island, next, there was a serious sensitization for the community. Fit for liability, tax class liability, the multi-purpose center at Frenchtown, restorative justice experts, even like the community members, about this process. This process began with a discussion the Prophet Greg, the Honorable then Minister Mark Rowe. Immediately after, we approached another member of the community, right? Who would represent opposing faction to the issue that was at hand. And we did a proper sensitization, right? To sensitize the community as to what it means to take justice. That's something that we can force upon the community. We can only offer it and sensitize the community. But I am saying that when the community, if the community should choose restorative justice as our best practice, and how islands come together to do island conflict, right? I'm saying to the island will bring the Rastafari community closer together because we would understand our harm of each other. Sometimes we harm someone and we don't know the extent of that harm. Sometimes we harm someone and we don't even know that that person has taken it even deeper than we thought they would have taken. Sometimes we harm someone we don't even know. So we need to express that harm. And we need to go forward in terms of healing, and it takes time. That's why we introduced it about 9 years ago. And I was hoping for a 2-3 year process where we identify the issues. After issues, lay them down. Issues. Most of them are associated with leadership. But when we deal with these issues 9 years later, from 2014 to 2022, which are more organized, now one community is more organized and more centralized. 7 years from now, 7 years from now, is that you know, do the any of that? Saying, His Imperial Majesty, Empire is not the first, the Her Majesty, Empress Many, Reserve the first, secret of the true of you. I would like to say that this Rastafari global reason 2023 also pivots the community. I said it yesterday, mentioned the 2030 vision. Someone is supposed to present later, I don't know. We want you to make a presentation because time or behind time. However, the 2030 vision has come up during this conference, and we need not to take it like these are politics.
All right, thank you, Karen. I think please don't feel you have something you wanted to say. Sorry, Andres. Let me come on the microphone. And this mic could be very crisper, but we're just working with it, you know? It's not even really appreciate what a brief statement I would like to make, reflecting in response to my son here on the argument of restorative justice. He mentioned about going to court. And when I heard that, it reminds me of an argument in the Bible that says, when your brother and brother should take a matter to court, is there anyone qualified amongst us to deal with the matter? I respect that. So I would want to say, see that I will know, we don't call him names. There are so many mention that for those that is are of the wrong. Should we repent it, which means acknowledge the wrong, rectify the wrong, that we go forward, because it is quite obvious that we are in a shambles, even from the government point of view. They are not yet able to even have dialogue and reason with the Rastafari mansions, because what we are hearing, one group is speaking from here, another group is speaking from here, and that will cause confusion. And that would contradict really what His Majesty said, that we should organize and centralize. So I respect that, and whatever what I'm not getting you today, I would love to see if amongst the mansions we could clarify the selections, people that have morality, decency, good behavior, purge our group together, and let us handle the matter. And then there's a bit skissy, you know what I mean? There's a skissy amongst us, and we want to rectify. I do that. All right, thank you, Brother John. As you had quite rightly said, there is a schism that presently exists in the Rastafari movement in Jamaica. Someone's wish to ignore it, someone's to pretend it doesn't exist, but it does exist. Who wants you have a response? Oh, okay. All right. Yes, Your Honor. It doesn't exist, and how one deals with it is important, but to ignore it is not a solution, or to pretend it doesn't exist is not a very smart way to go.
Yeah, give thanks. I want to pull down what Prince Fagan just said, and I know that Ras Kadev and Megan have both been on this conversation with our community for a while. I really appreciate what Prince Fagan said, because we're talking about capacity building at this moment, but we are almost suggesting that we don't have the capacity. And in a clear sense that the capacity is in laying out the structure. So a man like you, who is acquainted with this space, you could probably decide, say, you want 6 or 7 persons as a permanent referral body. He's suggesting that you could draw from a mansion or different mansion representation. But I think that that's a worthy challenge that you've been given, to take this aspect further by actually, because if I don't do it and I don't know if you think the word sound just very manifest because you put it out there. You know, often I have visions that I really have to own and deliver. And I think he has offered you some direction for that. Michael, if you don't mind, I see that I'm also on this panel, and I didn't anticipate that, and I don't really want to take too much time. So I want to just respond to this idea of capacity building, which I think is what has been in front of us as a major challenge. Whether it is resources, like the space, our community is devoid of regular cycles of meeting, and process. In a place like School of Vision, perhaps, and Bobo Hill, where they are residential, those issues are not so major. But for most of our community, unless there's a bingy, or we know what bingy is called, there's really no weekly, daily cycle of coming together. And it is not easy to build a nation if you're coming together only around holy days. You know, you have 6 holy days or maybe 4 or 5 holy days a month. You're never going to be able to achieve all your institutional building in those holy days. What you're going to find happening is that all of the issues that we revisit over and over are going to come up as unresolved. So one of the reasons why I support conferences like these is that it provides us with the same kind of space that you mentioned in the dispute resolution, neutral, objective, a space where we can sit down and face to face, we appoint the time, etc. And what I'm hearing as kind of way forward is to not just be talking about what we need now, but to be implementing those needs of ours by actions that we can take. I want to seal up by just sharing with you one of my own actions as far as institutional building, which has to do with the presentation about SOSAC and Restorative Justice Museum paper. I mentioned it last night that, you know, government changed the Gambia amendments and somehow expect that Rastafari going to stay in the Sacramento card and the university is going to stay in its research card and the private sector is going to come in with your money. And this is a problem because they pigeonhole people in different spaces and almost as though you don't expect people to, a Rastaman is not going to be interested in research and a businessman is not going to be interested in Sacramento and that kind of thing. And we have to take on all of what the law provides. Build universities, which is what I think is in front of us now. Why do we continue to hope to find what we need in Babylon? We talk about the medicine system, them training people in a particular kind of medicine. We talk about the legal system, them training people in a particular kind of law. We talk about the economic system, them training people in these systems. But we continue to send our progeny into these systems to get trained away from our culture. So, in my opinion, our community is failing ourselves by not establishing the institutions that we need right now. If you think about any religious community, some of the first things that they do is start to develop, whether it's a basic school or a secondary school, or eventually they have a university. Within that, they have a bakery, they have a feeding program, they have a clinic, and range of things. So our approach has been not mindful of those approaches that have been tested and proven to work. And that is that we don't really exist only for ourselves as a nation, but through what we do for ourselves, we can expand our own capacity and build a nation in that way. So that's basically what I want to offer as my idea about capacity building, which is what I think is really in front of us. Health, education, and the justice system are things that we have the capacity right now to completely manage for ourselves. Give thanks.
All right, thank you, Brian. All right, so I'm going to take Russ and then Prophet Greg after that. Yeah, you had something you want to
Give thanks.
give thanks first.
Over 20 years ago, you know, I've been in court and judges have been begging us to set up our own restorative system. But 20 years ago, public court matter, the judge said, why don't the Rastafari set up their own system to solve that matter? It would have been better, you know, but it would have been good. If you plan, you can do it. You plan restorative seminars, you invite Wizier and others who interested, and say you have a 3-course seminar. At the end of it, you identify those that can lead restorative justice, and you send their names to the Minister of National Security, Minister of Justice, and tell them, look, these are the 5 persons, these are the 10 persons who can deal with restorative justice within the Rastafarian community. The court is sending their names out to the Chief Justice. The court will recognize it. Because the court now, in most civil cases that is between 2 human beings, the matters are being settled by mediator. A mediator who's not a judge, but you have a list of mediators. 2 sides agree to that mediator, and the matter is heard by a mediator without Zoom or face-to-face, and it's settled. Most matters are now settled by mediator, not by judge. Most civil matters are now settled by mediator. Rastafari can do the same. Because restorative justice is communal justice. What restorative justice does is going back to the ancient time which Rastafari talk about. That's what it's now. Going back to the ancient time where we are in Ethiopia. The 2 sides would take their judges, and when it's on a tree or a building, they'll be heard. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3, sometimes 7, and the end of it is heard. So that is the system we love it. So for the meeting, we have called 3 seminars, and he invites all of us, and out whoever come, and out of that, and select about 10, and send their names to Chief Justice, send their names to the Minister of Justice, and these are the persons who can deal with justice system. We will recognize this below, because 20 years ago, during the state, so Lord, something, let's move to that now. Instead of keep saying it, let's move to that instead.
All right, Thomas Rastafari. All right, give thanks to that. You see it nothing there.
Yes, method of greetings once. Yeah, give thanks. Last time I noticed Pascal mentioned my name still. Well, if it be with currency, I think the reality speaks for itself as to what had happened last year. Last year, there were 4 alternative reports going into the United Nations against a state party, against human rights violation, where racial discrimination is concerned. So the impact of the Rastafari community is not just amongst, first and foremost, it's not amongst I and myself. It's a reactionist towards what is impacting the community, which the fundamental principle stems from, where it is coming from. And NLP Howell, it's very good, where the state party is persecuting I and I. At the end of the day, the state party now, because they have failed the reform movement of the 1950s, they are now seeking to find out how to select the leadership within Rastafari. I say this to say the fact that the matter is, for the first time since the report has gone into the United Nations, the alternative report, the Jamaican government has finally acknowledged that there are indigenous identities in Jamaica. So, from that point of view, if you're identifying indigenous rights, then you have to have that structure to recognize the community's rights under the fundamental human rights. So, we have put the bar to the table because we have a way. If 4 reports went into the United Nations last year, and Rastafari was not among any of the 4. So we have continued the bar for the rights, because what is impacting the community, the origin of the matter is the fundamental principle of a state party trying to dictate the rights of indigenous groups, and that is a people don't know. We have even to respond to a special rapporteur that was here based on the continuum of the follow. where we have to describe what are indigenous rights entails. And if you want me to just highlight briefly, there are 3 principal protocols that has to be followed when you're representing and dealing with indigenous communities. 1, free, prior, informed consent must come from the community. It to act on behalf of the community. And that free, prior, informed consent has to come from a selected competent authority from within the community. And finally, whatever is due to that community must have mandatory benefit sharing coming forward. Here, the community is doing what it is doing. That is what the government of Jamaica has not done from day one. And it has spilled out within an internal wrangling amongst INL that needs to be started out. So it has to be started out because the program and the protocols are in motion. The report has gone to the United Nations and it has to be followed. So do with these plans. We have not dropped the bottom. Now the bottom.
If that, so I'm not gonna say too much on that one, but you know, they have the issues that have arisen prior to the semi-submission of a report to the UN. And if we go back to 2014, a lot transpired in that year. I'm not going to say too much, but except that certain persons were violated, in my opinion. And the persons who caused that violation have not apologized or acknowledged their transgressions. And there are some people here who feel very strongly about that, for the record. So let that be known. If you do not apologize or repent for your transgression, the situation can get stronger, heavier, and more serious. And that is not rocket science. Let me not say much more, right? And if you once can understand that basic concept of human behavior, then you're lost, right? If one does something and another party feels wrong, for every action there is a reaction. If you want me to use the laws of physics. See? Yeah. Okay, let me give you mine. Hold on. Just take easy, right? Orderly fashion, it's wrongs. Well, they came from child first, and then you, yes, take a breath and just easy.
Rastafari on the mind. What I'm saying, Dr. Barney, is, right? This can be an eye for eye and tooth for tooth, right? It also can be a selfish thing where one party is able to acknowledge that they were harmed and not accept that whereas you were harmed, you also victimized another party as a result of you being harmed. And by the restorative justice process, for the community experience, that was one of the findings, that each victim seems to also be a perpetrator. And that when we're pointing the finger and saying, this personal entity is perpetrated, when you go to that entity and research, find out that they were also victims. So I am here to say, based on my limited research, based on the issue within community members, entities, factions, organizations, none is innocent. None is innocent. You want to mean? I'm going to explain that. That means that it's going to be a difficult process if persons are not willing to be honest of their victimization of another entity. And that is what I see happening. The persons want to point with me. I'm saying to the very persons who are pointing with me that you have victimized us. Give thanks.
All right, so I realize I don't have to stand up.
So I will sit here and say, no, I want to speak specifically as priest of Israel School and Bible Study Practice and Celebration, and the founder for our community, the residents in the Blue Mountain. Now, you can see, now as most of us here realize what we are doing, because it's one of action, it's useless. And for example, His Majesty was gone from 1930 until when? 1974, somewhere around, when they declared the emperor dead. But you know what I find unique here? While he was sitting on the throne, El Mengistu and some others, and grateful subjects I would judge into the was the herbs rise up against the Majesty and sought to physically displace him and to over the country and the government for leadership. No, I don't hear no captivity, diaspora as a Rastafarian. How should I look at that? Let me tell you how I look at it. I would never join with the Turks. I would never endorse the Turks. So, symbolically speaking, school Abidjan was one of the signatures that authenticate the Millennium Council that came in 2007. The first chairperson, as I can remember, was Rastafari. Right. Thank you, sir. And the second in the council was Rastafari. Denise, a passed away, a transit in the flesh. The third appointee, as far as I am concerned, one of the signatures was Sister Misty, who is still alive, currently speaking. So what I found out, you know, once who were supposed to be under that directive in our governance, to create an entity I heard if it was completely and usurp the authority of the Millennium Council, and that is why we are in this stigmatized position here today, because we are the government, we are UN, we are Jamaica, they are hearing from a group that, for example, that represents Puerto those are the gas in leadership are proper representation. So I beg again today that this emerging was received in council, let us move swiftly to create this family that will be this family here. This is a good so when it's not made on a purpose. No, or made is supposed to be repatriation and repatriation. So who know we need to run transport balance for proper representation. So no one come on a train. Starting that man. And he said, he must stand. He must stand here on this. This is my reflected of the majesty. It is of His Majesty. It of Her Majesty. That is what we find out.
Speaking clearly and directly, because too much go wrong because people must address the situation as it is. In 2014, several mansions and houses of Rastafari were grieved, and the fact is still people grieved today. So just face the reality. Someone to. All right. So we're running out of time right now.
That's the first duty.
Yeah.
Of what I made in.
Perhaps.
To solve that problem.
Yeah. So we're gonna be aware of what it is, and taking, someone that is not aware, they're in a different space and operate in a different space.
Yeah, just to respond to what our beloved learned ancient just mentioned, right? We have made attempts Beloved, we met with groups.
I know of them. I myself made attempts. Pastor.
Okay.
Yes.
So we hope
Take
that
the
money
question different people. Yes.
Yes.
I myself made attempts. I had meetings. We called our sort of meetings. Some come, some don't come. Some. You know can start that process and get us to come together.
Okay. So give thanks. So I think I took what you mentioned, the suggestion that they mentioned, and Jalal. Currently, though, I just want to tell us that the Ministry of Justice facilitate, I think restorative justice facilitators will train persons to become facilitators and the educator certificates, right? So my first approach is just to kind of assessment of the community in terms of the community really needs this. We know that we are a small sample of the community here, not too sure extended that sample is, but certainly this is something that we need to reasonable again to create a revamp our approach involving the company. My thing is, we can structure our own thing. We can structure our own thing as our own procedure should work. Right? And using other existing procedures as frameworks and structure our own thing. And I was just thinking about the future, not just what is happening currently, but as a mechanism to resolve dispute going forward. Bless. So give thanks and opportunity.
All right, yes, thank you, Rosemary. So right now we are short on time, so we're gonna move right into the next session. And I want to just let people know that when you have an event at the university and during, there are some limitations. And one of the limitations is a very strict curfew, right? So I'm just letting the ones know from now, we have to be on the field by 5 on the dot. That is the arrangement that was made. And you know, there's no like ifing and butting or whatever. When the UN administration say you have to be on, you have to. And for those of us who are connected with the university, such as myself, we are expected to you know, to follow, yeah, uphold those guidelines. So we are going to move right into the Rastafari Heritage Reparations, the reparations program in itself. Well, yeah, but you know, yeah, we're running into time. Whoever is presenting next us, they have to be very sure, because this is what we're talking about. All right, so I've been asked to have someone present ganja. I'm going to tell you, my brother, you have to be very short time, no more than 12 minutes possible, and then we can move into our next panel. All right, give that. Yeah, give thanks. Much respect. Tyrone Alley, from the island of Dominica. Rascal invited me to basically give an overall view of coming from Dominica, planting traditional ganja, and me working in the new cannabis industry now. So, as you say, time is short and thing. Give thanks to the ones and ones are there. All right. So, as you can see, I'm young still, you know, but I have over 20 years background of planting traditional cannabis in Dominica. With the impression in Dominica, we went to a similar struggle with Jamaica in the 1970s, where we had a law. They call it the Joint law. So basically, because of cannabis or ganja and any representation of Rasta, you could go jail for that. So basically, we had that in the 1970s, so like from 74 to 78. So we had a set of elders that really went through a persecution of Rasta or ganja or Rastafari. So me now coming here in Jamaica,
I basically seen the traditional way of Rastaman deal with the ganja. Basically, it's the same concept of how we have the barcode, right? So moving now into the new cannabis industry, I came a little late. The restorative justice is, I believe it's a way to go, because I represent in Dominica also as the president of the Rastafari Cooperative, and we put the cooperative together to seek restorative justice for the Rastafari in Dominica also. So coming into the cannabis industry, there's a lot to be amended, make amendments to, you know. It is a new industry. People that really into the industry already know about cannabis fully, and they set certain laws over there. But I believe we just have to, as the elders say, we need to come together, a certain person need to come together and represent it and say, okay, we take on that duty, because there's a lot to be done. All right. Ganja is a whole topic by itself. We Rastafari, we don't know what's
what is the experience? Because you go better than
okay, well, from that, as I can say, me coming here, I have been exposed with Dr. Emmanuel, who is life science, right? Who does cannabis research. I don't know representing him right now. So from coming to the traditional style, I have learned a lot to improve my cultivation skills, you know, based on the new genetics that is now. Because, you know, before, long time ago, we have ganja, we have planted for 8 months. That would have been the land races and the lot. And right now, we know how the hybrids will take a little 4 months to. So in that, I have learned a lot in that area where we know the photo, the light period, we change the light period and plan to allow to measure all we want. And from that, we can decide how much heal and everything we can get from that. So I have a lot of experience with that I can share with the community if they want to, if the community feel like being in the industry, like the elder said, that it's like the cannabis industry came like the Sacramento, Rasta will stay there, this, the universities will stay. No, we can also incorporate elder, right? And share. Yeah. So yeah, I've learned a lot by them, and I can share if as the elder, I don't want to take up too much of the time. And if we have to meet in another time for us to discuss those things on ganja and with the community, I can do that, you know, basically. But it's a good experience, yeah, today. Well, based on medicinal cannabis, if you have regular seeds, it's just like a family, right? You have a mother, you have a father, they make children. The children will look alike, but all of them will be different. But if you really wanted to say, I want that youth there, because of certain this and that, they clone and they get exactly that. So in medicinal cannabis, because of consistent and you want to know exactly what in something they use cloning. So cloning is very important just for keeping that consistency in whatever THC or CBDs or whatever. The regular seeds will give you different shapes and different levels. So that is important to really your cloning still. And then we do feminized seeds also, you know? Yeah, so where we could, if you give you like, we can share the community where feminized seeds, but the ability to do is that you will have to look for less male in your field. So if you have feminized seeds, you plant them, you get a better yield, you know? Maybe I won't say less wood, but you are over to this field, but less plants coming out. You plant 100 plants, you might get your 100 plants back, but like 50 plants.
Yes, sir. I hear you mentioned the restrictive framework.
Yes.
I just want to mention as well that seeing kids and limits.
Yes.
The government had come forward and present a structure towards the Rastafari community. Not only that they are doing, it's not
of the community, what they are saying, but if they listen up nicely, they're going to be offering free license to the community to deal with medicine.
I'm aware of that.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I noticed that in your country,
Yes.
that we take up a respective framework.
Yes.
To address matters.
Mhm.
Likewise, in Jamaica, we have a problem
Same way.
because as much as how you give us sacrament, they have to try to include us for economic. Because right now, there's a task force that's set up for economic inclusion for the Rastafari community.
Okay.
So these are the factors why I'm saying that these are human rights violations that requires to be so as much as how we say respective, indigenous rights will have to still come into the field.
So you're saying that the indigenous rights, yeah, so with our indigenous rights, we get that.
Yes. It's government can realize.
Yes, and our same kids did.
That's
Yes.
President.
Wow, okay, true.
To follow suit.
Yes. And a matter of fact, our cooperative basically looking at St. Kitts deal, you know? Yeah, because I think it is the best deal for the Rastafari community so far. No, well, based on how the legal cannabis industry goes, cannabis now, white police fight it down. It is because of a law that in their act, which they state that it is let me can explain that more, you know. But that has to be amended. Jamaica has done that already, right? So from that, the creator a draft of we want to have the cannabis industry to be run. So basically call it a bill. In a sense like that. Yeah, so Jamaica has their own, Antigua has one, St. Vincent has one already. Dominica is drafting one. I really drafted already. It's pretty good still, but it don't really address in the sacramental rights. Yeah. All right. You can say that.
All right. Yes.
Well, this is a question that I have and also a comment. Maybe it's fine before but the people who are still in prison for growing ganja, whether or not they have the master because it's an indigenous sacrament, that's being done for them, people that the part of the research is possible.
It should be, I think it should be Donald Biden Joe Biden will do something like that in America. The people and then was get arrested for cannabis. So yeah, as I said, the same principle that was done by other countries or states and we could try our best to follow that and try and do the same. What is the coming together? Rastafari I know it's a tough drill still, you know, to get I and I to come together to do things. But yeah, man, too much to be said.
All right, give thanks. So yes, in fact, you wanted to segue to the next panel that you are part of.
I know, I want to.
Yeah.
We don't want us to congratulate Virgin from Dominica. He might have emphasized it, but they are dread, which by law, permitted a citizen to shoot a Rastafari on site. But then good ganja, just like this thing, 1974. When I first went to Dominica, the people who said, yes. You call it right. Call here, to put him back again. I had to say to him, I need to see the Prime Minister. I said, oh, and that's what caused a lot of uproar at this airport and caused me to get into the country. So the Virgin done come a long way to make Rastafari dignified in Dominica. And I think it's a big one of God. What is the real
all right, thank you for that, rest again. So we go into the next panel session. Yes. And basically we have various speakers we have Rastafari, and also there are some special guests here from the Nation of Islam, Minister Clive Mohammed, and I'm forgetting the name of the brother beside him. Huh? Melbourne X. Melbourne X. Melbourne X. Melbourne X. Yes, good thanks for the Melbourne X. All right. So I don't know if I can put you on the spot here and have you kick off first on the perspective of reparations by the Nation of Islam. Yeah. So without further ado, Minister Clive Mohammed. And by the way, Minister Clive Mohammed is the leader of the Jamaica branch of the Nation of Islam, because most of you should know Nation of Islam is a movement that came out of the US in 1930, specifically June the 4th, 1930. So it is about the same age as the Rastafari movement, interestingly enough. 1930, you know, it's a big year us as well. So having said that though, what is in common with the Rastafari and the Nation of Islam, and there may not be that much in common, but one is the upliftment of Black people, African people all over the world. So this is something that they actually subscribe to. And the other is that Marcus Garvey influenced both movements, because some of you may not know, but Minister Elijah Muhammad, who is, you know, he is undoubtedly a divine personality in the Nation of Islam. He was a foot soldier in Marcus Garvey's UNIA. So he took on some of the training and some of the ideas of Marcus Garvey, because under the spotlight, you'll see the Nation of Islam practice economic nationalism. That is seeking to keep finances within the Black community, so far as at least the US is concerned, which is what other groups do, because if you live in the US long enough, you realize you have an enclave society. So you have your Italian neighborhood, you have your Irish neighborhood, and so forth. And they spend the money in their communities, you know. The Jewish neighborhoods in New York, that money stays in that community. And even if they work outside it, say you have a Chinese or Korean shop in a Black neighborhood, when it goes up shop, that money goes back to their community, doesn't stay in the Black community. So we tend to be the only group of people who just spend money all over the place without, you know, consciously thinking about which community is that money gonna go in. Anyway, so economic nationalism, you have political nationalism, you have cultural nationalism, they have their own schools, they have laundromats, they have businesses and so forth. So I put it to you that on the economic side, they may be ahead of the Rastafari movement, but that is another topic of conversation. But without further ado, Minister Clive Mohammed, Brother Mel Vertex, come and give us your perspective on reparations. You whatever you are only doing the content.
Let me sit so I can be comfortable. Peace and blessing, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Vertex, Rastafari. So the nation's perspective on reparations general is found in, this is what we refer to as the greatest newspaper on earth, the Final Call newspaper. Some of us will remember when you used to take the train and the driver, the conductor would say, final call, those days are gone. But Final Call newspaper is worldwide, global paper for Black people, particularly for Black people, to give us a Black perspective. And the thing with us as a people is that there are some things that we miss. And let me say some of the things that we miss. I am here with my brothers and my sisters who are from the Rastafarian movement. I am someone who would be considered a bald head. And so as a bald head or a bald-headed person, you will be burnt out by some brothers and sisters who don't see yourselves like they are, who don't identify you because you don't look the same way that they look. We have to end that among us as Black people. We have to understand that, as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, our unity is more powerful than a nuclear or atomic bomb. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey said, united we stand, divided we fall. So we have Sir Hilary Beckles 10-point reparatory plan. But the Nation of Islam, on the back page, not back page, but page before the back page, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad lays out what the Muslims want. And I'm going to give you just a few things on what the Muslims want. Just watch the time. Give me a time signal, Dr. Barney. We want freedom. We want a full and complete freedom. We want justice, equal justice under the law. We want justice applied equally to all, regardless of creed, class, or color. So those who say the Nation of Islam is racist, this would be proof that we are not in the manner in which they say that we are. We want equality of opportunity. We want equal membership in society with the best in civilized society. Why is the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad saying this? He's saying this because Black people usually does not fit in with what is considered the best. So listen to what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad says in point number 4 of what the Muslims want. We want our people in America whose parents and grandparents were descendants from slaves to be allowed to establish a separate state or territory of their own, either on this continent or elsewhere. We believe that our former slave masters are obligated to provide such land, and that the area must be fertile and minerally rich. We believe that our former slave masters are obligated. Listen to this. Don't walk just yet. Listen to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is saying, because this is a different perspective. Because when we say we want reparations, who do we put forward our reparation plans to? Who do we put forward the justice that we see? Who do we put that to? Do we put it to England? Talk to me, brothers and sisters. We put that forward to Britain and the king, the present king. So now the king would decide what we get. Am I right or wrong? They would decide, look, if I'm going to give you $1 billion or $100 billion or whatever. So Elijah Muhammad in the United States of America is putting to the government of America, who enslaved Black people in America for over 300 years in servitude slavery, over 400 years with colonialism and neo-colonialism, that this is what we want. We want you to provide us with land where we can have our own independence. We want separation basically. That's, just listen. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is saying we want separation. Now, as black people, do we think that we can be free under white people? Do we believe that we can be free under the white man, living with him? In the world that we currently live, we are being integrated with all kinds of madness. Am I right or wrong? The trans agenda or the transgender agenda, do we want to live with that or do we want to separate from that? Huh? What about the electromagnetic fields that we live in? Right now we are in it. I mean, all the laptops, all the cell phones, all the tablets using Wi-Fi. We are in an electromagnetic field and our very cells are being burned right now as we speak. Whether we call ourselves Rastafari or Muslim or whatever we call ourselves, we live in the white man's world. We live under his system. How long have Rasta has been saying, don't use them toothpaste. Use chewstick. Use coal and brush your teeth. How long has Rasta has been saying that? Now we find out that fluoride is a deadly poison and is affecting your neurons. So now we can't even think straight using fluoride and chloride and all of these chemicals. How long has Rasta been saying, don't use them roll-on? And people say Rasta crazy. What we must use? And Rasta said, go natural. Find a natural way. Now, can we live with them and do away with their smart television? Our children are being reared, Rastafarian children, Muslim children. Are we rearing our children or are they rearing our children? Who has greater control over our children? Them or us? Because while we are here discussing freedom, liberation, and reparation, where are our children? Who is teaching them? Either the television or some teacher who don't think like us. So when the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we want freedom, we want full and complete freedom, we want justice, applying equally to all. Then he said we want separate state or territory. He's saying that we can't have any of this living among them. Because if we live among them and school our children in their school, guess what's going to happen? They're going to incorporate their books in their school system with our children, and before you know it, our children are not the same. So we are sport our dreadlocks, we are wearing white shirt and bow tie, but our children risk broken because somebody infiltrated the mind of our child while we were there and get them to be other than themselves. So what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is saying for reparations, and this is not for Muslims, this is for black people all over. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad did a lecture where he told the sports personalities that look, and the artists, the artistic community, you need to get away from the control of particularly the Jews. You need to get away, and Minister Farrakhan has been labeled anti-Semite falsely because of these things. But guess what? what's his name? Malkovich, the person who controls the music here. Magdanovich. Joe, what is his name? Joe Bogdanovich. Is Joe Bogdanovich white or black? Talk to me, family. You are looking at me as if I'm not the same like as you. He's not black. Right? And does he control the music industry here? Mainly. Who controls when reggae songfest is put on? Is Caesar put it on? Is Capital put it on? Is Buju Bantanan or any other members of the community, our community, the Rastafari, are they the ones who organize and put these things on? Or is it Bogdanovich? Huh? So I'm saying we need to unite as a people. And in our unity, that's the only way that we will have strength. So we have these little conferences. And these little conferences should be our base where we organize ourselves. We shouldn't just meet here on occasions and have conversations and then we walk away from these conversations and then we go back to business as usual. And then they continue to control every aspect of our lives except our uniforms. So what the Nation of Islam is saying, we are not looking necessarily for uniformity, we are looking for unity. Because at the end of the day, we won't all look the same way, we won't all talk the same way, we won't wear our hair the same way, we won't dress the same way, but one thing is for sure. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad said this. Every time you see a black man, you are looking at God. Because at our root, at our core, as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and Minister Louis Farrakhan teaches us, the black man is the original man. And he didn't say the black Muslim is the original man. The black Christian is the original man. The black Rastafarian is the original man. He said the black man is the original man. We are the first human being under the light of the sun. And they gave us religion not to unite us, but to divide us. And here we are as fractions, fractionalized, fictionalized, and we can't even get along. Even in our own faith that we practice, we can't get along. Talk to me, Rastafari. How many houses does Rastafari have? And are all the houses together? What if we could bring all the houses of Rastafari together? What if we could bring the houses of Rastafari together and bring the nation of Islam together? Start the different houses of Rastafari. What if we could bring the Marcus Garvey movement together with the different houses and the nation of Islam? Don't you believe we could organize and demand land from the government? Don't you believe that we could organize? And now they're saying we want Jamaica to become a republic. How long has Trinidad been a republic? Since about 1976. Am I right or wrong? Is Trinidad any different from us? What does republic mean? It means give back to the public. Read the public again should own what is on the island. And I conclude with this. If they even have referendum and the people vote for republic, who are going to be our leaders in the republic? Is it Rastafari?
No.
Is it Muslim?
No.
Or is it the same old people with the colonial mindset that we have now?
Yes.
That will be still governing our affairs. So if we want freedom, justice, and equality, we must come together in unity to make this a reality. God bless, one love, free the people. Otep, assalamu alaikum.
All right, yes. Yes, yes, yeah. So we have perspective that the next of Islam. Minister Clyde, see you on the newspaper. When you know, folks get that, because you're talking about the second to last back page, but if we don't have access to that newspaper, we can't read it. You never read it. So, do you have copies of that?
But that's why it's supposed to be taking a box of paper with him so that we can just give out paper to everybody.
All right. So
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. We have to find out now. Yes. Come on. I'm gonna have to give you the mic, so I can't hear. I want to say this before I try, and we get to us the side. Now, my bedroom. Reflect. Is me? Yes, I say Abu Malik. My graduate Abu, I say Abu in Arabic. I think it is referring to my brother. Yes, I want to say a few things unto you. Don't think it before I leave, because we are getting ready to ask the side. Now, I want to address it in two ways. First of all, and it's not through disrespect. There's no disrespect here, because I personally have nice regard from the initiation of the nation of Islam. I spent 13 years with, and I love that honor. Why I say so is it is the only entity in America that actually provokes the mind of the white mindset, because it is free and it is a unifying power, nation of Islam. And while I was here, and even leaving there from 93 until now, I still see the power of the nation of Islam in America, apart from the rest. It is not represented by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I've said it. That man is fearless. That man will give his life. That man will give everything for Black people. But one of the things I find striking is that in 1930, as it was taught in Islam, that Master Fahad Muhammad appeared. And the doctrine over there is that he was the personification and manifestation of God. Good. Now, what I find unique is that in the same year, 1930, His Majesty was crowned, 2nd of November 1930, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah and the power of the Holy Trinity. So far, I know one of his priests, he kind of cemented that to be the foundation of our faith, and we use that story to reflect Christ in his kingly character. And such, when we study the scripture, we found out also that I and I in the diaspora are slaves, descendants, only fulfilled Deuteronomy 28, where the Almighty said unto Moses, speak unto the children of Israel, which we are supposed to be the Israelites scattered in the diaspora. He said unto them that if you will keep my commandments, and if you will listen to my voice, he said, blessed are thou. You know what he said also? He said, thou shalt be the head and not the tail. Thou shalt lend to many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And he went further down to the later verses 65, 66. He said, but because you have not listened to my voice, and you have not obeyed my commandment, he said, I shall send you again to Egypt by the way of ships, referring to the transatlantic statement. You know what he said also? When morning comes, you would wish it was night. When night comes, you wish it was morning because of the bondage that you will be. It's a reflection of our slavery. So as we don't know as Rasta, we now feed. We are feeding here. Of what happened, we are preparing currently, and we also have an advanced knowledge of what is around the corner in the new world order. So it's preparation. 7 day, we demand preparation.
Repatriation will contradict even what John said earlier on about getting land. No, we don't want to land down. We want to go back how we are.
But I just say one thing. And I just say one thing. Just one. Let me just say this. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, the earth belongs to the original man. The earth. Where Europeans are, we put them in the worst part of the planet earth. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, keep this far preserve ourselves. So even when they brought us over here, and we've been over here, guess what? We own over here too. So we're not all of us, the world necessarily have to go back to Africa. Yeah, but wherever the black man is, he owns. So we can't make them run back this, just like they can, let me tell you, they try to take away with you.
Yeah, good stuff. I agree. I speak. Yes. That's the something that represents the nature of Islam. Yes. I listening your delivery and I deem it wonderful. However, I wish you could express or expose more on reparation. I see where you're coming from in speaking about reparation and points that have been there. Well, I think that this is a very signal venue here and time. And this global conference, we should really reflect more in depth on the basics of reparation. And I'll just make 2 points here. You know, I'm not being long outstanding proponents, reparation, both here in the diaspora and in Africa. I can remember when Mabiola of Nigeria had looked through the whole spectacle and the degradation of the continent. And so he had invested his resources by putting together some of the learned mind on the subject. And they were commissioned to carry out an investigation. That was as early as 97, 96, 97, somewhere along those lines. But what is very important is that, and I must remember, that outside of the diaspora, which has become the 6th region of the, which gives us quite a right to advance. And I must remember that outside of Africa, there is no one in the Caribbean, in Europe, or in Asia, North America, that can be deemed as claimant state of reparation. We got to go back to the drawing board. We got to get inside the minds of the alien leaders and deliberate the subject in much detail. Africa is the only claimant state of reparation. Let this be known. No one can claim reparation outside of Africa because we are children that went out. You know? So I think it's very imperative for I to really
pretty sure the name of which leaders of Africa has been united. We have to lay square on their table. Yes. I'm coming next by just wrap them up. And you know, the thing about this is that when we talk about reparation, we are visioning financing. Well, let me say this as one of the activists as early as 97, working with the Isle Black category. We have carried out our demonstration in this country, etc. And there was one particular place we were lobbying, and that was at the beginning. And we demonstrated very rigorously there. They came out to ask what it is we want and what kind of volume of finances we are asking about and things like that. Well, you know, because some people are unrealistic, because we know that reparation doesn't lie within, you know, numerical people. It's sort of past that. You know, because one more is born, the more the figure will be like to do the changes, one more die. So that it's not a matter critical, but it's a matter of impact.
So the discussion we just had reveals a kind of different perspective, and I'm seeing that very clearly now. So Rastafari endorsed repatriation to the continent, you know, Africa as the real motherland. But where nationalism are coming from, 40 acres and a mule, kind of preset. I don't know if you heard about that, but in the US, the African Americans or the Africans domiciled in the US said in repair or as compensation for the free labor that they and their ancestors have given to America, they want 40 acres and a mule, right? And it was promised to them at one time, but that promise was never fulfilled. So one of the questions then philosophically is one content to get land and maybe some other kind of compensation where you're presently domiciled, or as Rastafari would say, should you be transported to the continent, of course, at the cost of the former colonizer, and then be given those compensation once you're in the continent. So there's different perspectives that are open. Yeah. We have to make it very quick because we have a president.
I think the support stuff.
Yes, Lord, give thanks for the presentation, but I think this is a crucial point to be made. In 2007, there was the privilege for, I think, what 107 Pan-African conference that was held in Jamaica, I think even at the university here. What you propose is to call for the black race, the survival of the black race, either race assimilation into other, other nations, race segregation, which I believe is what the nation of England is trying to do in America, race preservation, which is the return of black people back to the original fundamental land, like what Marcus Garvey was saying, to build and develop the empire from here. So there are three perspectives in front of the black race right now for the survival of the black race. I think those three supposed to be investigated properly.
Interesting. I don't see how racial assimilation though is a preset for survival of the black.
That is the point.
Right. So I consider. Yeah, well, I was kind of strict about this and everything. All right.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, fair enough, fair enough.
It's not from our perspective.
Say, oh, okay, then. All right, thanks for the clarification. So we're going to move right into next presentation by Brother Devon Taylor. Dr. Devon Taylor, let me say, of the Japan movement, doing a lot of great works in providing public access, beach access. They fought on the behalf of the Bob Marley Beach recently and so forth. So, Dr. Devon Taylor, it's a pleasure. So please go ahead with your presentation. You give time.
Greetings, greetings. Can they hear I?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Blessed love, and greetings in the name of His Most High, His Imperial Majesty, Empress Menen. Yeah, wonderful reasoning going on here, and most fitting that we are talking about reparations. And a critical part of reparation in this time has to be around internal reparation. And it is important, just validating that the eyes are seeing the slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so Rastafari within the Jamaican space have always been close to the earth, but always embracing the fullness of nature and pushing back at the colonized mind and the colonized land. And so we have got involved within a movement that was required because of an observation and an experience that Africans in the diaspora are experiencing. And that is around access to land, access to beaches, in the context of a neo-colonialist order. So what we'll try to do here in a condensed time frame is just to really look at beach access rights and Rastafari heritage, and that there is a need for the decolonization of Jamaican beaches and rivers, which is important in the way of life. So, this group of ones is no stranger that the business of equality, justice, and liberation is an unfinished business. And it is our burden to bear, it's our cross to carry into the future, where we should liberate these spaces so the next generation can move the conversation and deliver it to our next level. So within the Jamaican sphere, there's an obvious and organized disappearance of beaches at an alarming rate in Jamaica. And Jamaicans are really blocked out, under the disguise of development. And this is nothing new. This is what, we have been dealing with from the beginning of time. And it is becoming a very contentious issue in the land. It is, creating, fundamental environmental damage, but it's also damaging the soul because one is not free to express self. And most of this is driven by private interests, but there's complicity from the governments over the many years, because they have privatized the entire coastline, and they're also giving exclusive license for beaches, which then exclude Jamaica. So we need to push back at this because, the land should be free, and one should be free to culturally, practice, whatever spirituality in the sphere that wants to really do. So fundamental to the problem is the colonial era legislation known as the Beach Control Act of 1956. And we will dive into that a little bit more. But just to, kind of center the conversation around, what we are looking at here, a Jamaican coastline that's about 494 miles around the island, with about 150 of that is classically sandy. But the Jamaican public only have 2.8 miles of access. And when you look at the demographics in Jamaica, you can clearly see that, the population is mostly descendants of enslaved Africans. It's around 92%. So if you take a really graphical look at this, it blows your mind when you look and see that this black line that we're looking at right here is the line that represents how much access the Jamaican people have. So the whole coastline is 493 miles. This is what Jamaicans have access to. That's just showing you in a pie chart. And if you look at it in this context here, where we have 493, bars here, we only have, access just to that. So it is just inequitable. It's unjust. And this is fueled by colonial law. This is just breaking down more of what I just said, that the elephant in the room is the hotel industry, because they are expanding at over 1,000%. They are displacing everything in the name of development. Fishing beaches are being decreases. There's no expansion as recreation. So therefore, there's no spiritual spaces, for I and I to go and meditate, for I and I to go and harvest my nutraceuticals. So we're having a big issue in Jamaica, and we need to push back. But it's the colonialism that drives this. And we can trace, Jamaica Island right back to the Taínos, and how Combustos come in the space and really, face lots of, welcoming from the natives in the space, and in turn turn around and really commit genocides against the first people within the Jamaican spaces. And I acknowledge that, there are indigenous Taino bloods that run through the veins of I across the island, because we don't know rebellious people run to the mountains, and then you have, just interracial marriages taking place over the time. But the English comes in after the Spaniard and just kind of expand the brutality of chattel slavery in Jamaica. And in doing so, our people face the brunt of that enslavement, the brunt of, the discrimination and the violation upon the human body and soul. And the land also faced it too. So, there's an issue in Jamaica where land ownership is concerned. And, our ancestors rebelled within that time. And there's been many, rebellions in Jamaica pushing back, towards emancipation and the need to own land and determine our own destiny. And funny enough, we're still in this moment. This is showing you up in Sligo Villa, we know the famousness within that space, and it represents one of Jamaica's first free village. So we're still fighting some of these same battles, because we see these land dispossessions still happening. We do see the oppression still happening in Jamaica, despite, Boggles and his revolution within Marant Bay space, and how, the force of colonial England come down upon I within that space. But we still keep fighting on. We're fighting on for justice, and we're fighting on for freedom. And so we need to look at these things as internal reparation issue, because they were premeditated. Since 1836, that Secretary of State basically issued his edict that no one, who are descendants of enslaved Africa should own any land, and them created the laws in the country to make sure that did not become a reality. So the descendants of enslaved Africans have always been the victims of colonial era actions. Then come in 56, they lead out this legislation that says we have no general rights of access to our beaches. We have no right to bathe, no right to walk, on the seashore. Right? This is what is happening in 2023 right now, that this piece of legislation still sits on our book that says you have no general right. It is discriminatory, right? No person shall be deemed to have any right in and over the foreshore of the island. Believe it or not, I. This is the law in the land in Jamaica, and it survived here for a great 67 years and no move. So Jabem had to rise up, because the power that is enshrined within this piece of legislation do not give fisher folks any right, or Jamaicans no right. But if you're wealthy and you own beachfront property, you have some entitlement. And all of the power that regulates the space is controlled by one minister. And this Beach Control Act really sits in the office of the Prime Minister right now, to whom NEPA, the National Environmental Planning Agency, responsible for environmental matter, sits in. So again, it's a colonial centralized control of the laws, which are colonial, and control of the land. And this is a graphic just kind of breaks down what our rights look like in Jamaica. We, as the current Jamaicans, don't have any land rights to traverse land and get to sea. We take it like, you know, the beaches that we're going onto right now, we having any rights. No, it's a permission that we have been given, because constitutionally it's not recognized that this is a fundamental right of Jamaican. Fisher folks do not have that right. They have some conditionality if they were fishing before 1956. But the beachfront property owner, him zoops across the whole thing and it have it for him own self. So is the tourists who come to visit. So what we are envisioning within Jamaica is an internal reparation that would free up the space for all Jamaicans to have the right to traverse the space. So, you know, just of course, within the interest of time, just want to run through a couple of things, which what does the exclusion, you know, do to the soul, do to the body, do to the mind, and do to the environment? We'll lose the benefits of nature when we don't have access to these spaces. Right? Our ecological heritage, which is our riverbanks and our seashores, will lose access to those. You have an over-commercialization, which is an over-exploitation within these kind of biodiversity space, and will suffer from environmental degradation. And we see more so that this is more of a neo-colonialist manifestation. And it is economic disempowerment, because monopolistically tourism industry control all these spaces, and the environment continue to degrade. So, you know, right now, JABEM rise up as an equal rights and justice movement, right, to push back against these discriminatory laws and saying that we want those to change. We want the policies to change, right? We want to block this discrimination against Jamaican people. And so we want to introduce some new framework, you know, known as rights of nature. We'll go into that a little bit, but what we are seeking is a general rights, general and unfettered rights, you know, in perpetuity to access this space. So we basically have two missions right here. We want to build this movement, and we'll open that, you know, I mean, the larger Rastafari community will embrace this movement, because what it is about, it is to bring about modern legislation, modern laws that give us guarantee to our environment, namely on our beaches and our rivers. We want it to be unfettered and universal. We want this to represent part of what our enslaved ancestors work towards, right? And we want to advocate for the physical environment at itself. We want the beach and river ecosystem to have what we term now personhood status. They have the rights to exist. That means the rights to regenerate their cycles, you know what I mean, the rights to flourish, and then to service, you know, humanity. So that's what we're pushing towards. We are against this colonial era symbolism, and we're going through this constitutional conversation right now to remove the king. But it's more than removing the king. It is to remove the colonialism, colonial laws that sits within our system, because our country is going through a lot of exploitation. The country is for sale. Every landmass across the nation is just built out for tourism product that I and I don't have access to. But I and I ancestors, them fight for all of this thing. And so to cross the island, we see them carving up the whole of the shoreline and selling it off. All right. So there's one legislation within Jamaica that allows to push back, and believe it or not, it's also a colonial legislation from 1882. That speaks about the prescriptive rights, that basically define that if I is using that space for 20 years or more, then I deserve the right to continue to use that space. And so we declare that as a right in Jamaica, and we're using that in the courts. So what JABEM has been able to do is to push a couple of these cases in the court right now. So we have a case in Mammy Bay, we have a case out there in Bob Marley Beach, Sugarloaf Mountain, and we have one in Little Duns River. And two of these spaces is known that Rastafari established these spaces. We'll speak a little bit more about that. But also within the Bob Marley Beach space, Bongo Gabby's ancient Bongo Gabby residence, which was also used in Rastafari spirituality, you know, was target for, you know, displacement. and we have to give respect to Marcus Goff for stepping up as an attorney and helping out in the Supreme Court right now to defend Rastafari rights and heritage, trying to defend Bongo Gabby's legacy, to push for adverse possession. And Bongo Gabby's son, Norman Stevenson, is standing firm in the fight. So tourism product of Jamaica is built all around sea and sun. All right, and it is built around I&I and I&I legacy, yet still we do not have access and we do not benefit from everything there. Where tourism is an industry where there's a lot of leakages in terms of what money comes into the system, goes out the system. So it's only 5 cents of every dollar that stays into Jamaica. So the exploitation of the environment and the exclusion of the people is not benefiting I&I. So we need to really stop that. We can jump past that slide. But the model that we practice in Jamaica is an apartheid-like model. I mean, it is reminiscent of what we see in South Africa. Yeah. So, as the Nobel laureate says, for having a united perspective, him win a Nobel Prize for that. What his words were, and this is vs Nepal. Every poor country accepts tourism as an unavoidable degradation. None has gone so far as the West Indian Islands, which in the name of tourism are selling themselves into a new slavery. Because these beaches where we see in South Africa is basically the signs are not up like that in Jamaica, but this is what exists in the land. We do not have access and we have to push for a decolonized beaches because we know the consequence of colonialism. This is the Myrtle Bank Hotel down in Kingston in the 50s. We can see nice coconut tree, beautiful pool, and the whole sea look nice. This is it right now. It's Arbor Street, a parking lot. It's an over-exploitation that always destroy the environment, and we cannot let that continue. We see mangroves being destroyed. We'll jump over this slide in the interest of time. But when you look at Negril from our bird's eye view, you can see Negril is all now concrete. Most of the vegetation and the coast is gone. When you look in Montego Bay, it's now a concrete jungle. The beach is being destroyed. You look in Ocherius, it's the same thing. So over-exploitation is damaging the earth. And we were left with all of that. Our next generation won't see a pristine world. So we have to push back at that. The degradation is pronounced across the island. Hotel comes in, dig down entire, shoreline just to create, just sunbathing spots. This is what's happening to our spaces, and we are losing access to them. So the thing is firmly an internal reparation issue. They're destroying environment, displacing people, and damaging ecosystems. So even the animals is feeling this pain. So there's a need to push back at it. This is Mammy Bay. This lush green that you see here right now is being destroyed to build another hotel. And you can look around it, you see all these hotels being built. An album that was made by Keith Richards and the Rolling Stone was created from Rastaman within that Mammy Bay beach space. This is community life that used to exist there every year. Annual celebration, folks using the space, that is all gone. This is Blue Lagoon that has been taken over by special interests. What Blue Lagoon looked at before, lush green, removing vegetation within the space to create what? A degraded environment. So we are pushing for Blue Lagoon to become a national park. You can see all the rich building their house down in the Blue Lagoon. They have now displaced all the rafters down there. So the local guys, them who now used to benefit from the environment, lose out. At the expense again of a neo-colonialist order. This is Bluefield Beach down there in Westmoreland. No trespassing sign. Youths approaching these blocked off area cannot go into certain spaces that they're, for parents, fought for. We have to push back at these things. This is Little Duns River, a space that was classically known also as Lion's Den along the North Coast Corridor. This beach has been shut down. And we have this beach in the courts right now. Dr. Goff is actually, prosecuting the Urban Development Corporation because they lock the public out of this space. And so we have to push back. This is demonstration within the space. We're having a collaboration with Minister Fraternal, who is really kind of, stepping forward, but the gate is locked. You cannot use these spaces anymore. This is our beloved Bob Marley Beach. NEPA so far removed the sign from there. All right, but this is, a rich black sun, rich environment, but even more so because it was one of the first Nyabinga settlement, an historical space, right? This is where they went after, because a new highway, Babylon conduit, open up across the island, and everything with them say look shiny. Regardless of history and heritage, they rush in to take it over. So I have to push back. So this is one of the cases we're having the courts right now to protect the public's right of access within the space. So Rasta have to rise up in order for us to defend these spaces, right? Because it's about land and it's about access to our ecological heritage. We know Ras Maka was instrumental in protecting Rastafari heritage, because if it wasn't for Ras Maka, Sister Carmen and the family would have lost Bob Marley Beach. But because they have been there for over 50 odd years, through generation, we were able to link that and link Rastafari and get the advocacy and push back. So seal up a thing within the Bob Marley Beach space, and out of that will become something beautiful as we seek to recreate that original tabernacle within the space that Ras Maka is firmly, making sure that Rastafari have a presence and have a space within that. So we have to give thanks to the Lion. Bongo Gabi, another ancient, his house is targeted on Bob Marley Beach. Right now, we say this is in the Supreme Court. His son Narban Stevenson is standing up, fighting. Dr. Goff again is the one protecting this space. So the fight continues. I we have to rise up to protect these things, because there's heritage built in this space. You know what I mean? So I won't, maybe I should show this video just a little bit. Actually, let's jump by this in the interest of time, but it just captures, what was happening within that Bob Marley Beach space. So internal reparation and rights of nature meaning that nature have its own personhood status, are aligned with Rastafari ideology, are aligned with Rastafari way of life, that we cherish environment and we cherish freedom. And so we need to have a reawakening within the struggle to know that within the context of Jamaica and the larger Caribbean island, because we see some of these issues cropping up in St. Lucia, right? That we need to fight for what our ancestors really delivered to us, which is freedom. And there's an unfinished business to move this to the next level. The cockpit country on the left here is under threat. This is Kean River, privatized right now, and this is Laughing Water Beach in Senton. No one can go, and this is shut down by the Urban Development Corporation. So there's a lot of work to be done. I won't go much into the rights of nature, except to show that this is Rasta worldview, that nature first, then people come and economy. Without nature, there is no people and there's no economy. The unsustainable model what Babylon come with is a model where they think that people control things, and then people and economy control nature. Nature is number one. It was first in the beginning, then come I and I create things, which is economy. So rights of nature is giving nature its rights and say, nature, you have a right to live, you have a right to flourish, and you have a right to regenerate a cycle. And so it's an easy thing to embrace as we push the environmental justice agenda forward. So we are asking, that the community rally around reformation of land laws that will provide beach and riverbank easement to I, to declare within the constitutional framework a general and unfettered rights of access to beach and river ecosystem to be constitutionally protected, for I. And any politician and anyone, right, who deny this, okay, is really are upholding, injustices against our people. They are malicious against our people, and that should not be allowed to stand. So the Beach Control Act, upon which, many of these discriminatory behaviors are based, you know what I mean? And the politicians that uphold them, you know what I mean, are purveyors of injustice and malice against the Jamaican people. And beach access is a human right, and beach access represent internal reparation. So, you know what I mean, we are within the context of this, you know what I mean, modern world, that we are using all these platforms to advocate, and we are reaching within our own family right now. As a family, we need to rally around this, and we need to push for this internal reparation. And we'll leave it there. Give thanks.
Yes, Dr. Taylor, very invigorating presentation. I love the passion. I love the, drive. We're supposed to have Sister Kathy Hall coming on. I wonder if she is there. Are you there, Sister Kathy? Told me I'm going to look at the participant list. Go to participants. Who else? Right.
To unmute my mic.
Oh, I can hear. Yes, Sister Kathy. Welcome. Could you put on your camera as well, please?
Okay. Let's see.
Just try and activate your camera. So this is the copy how we have online, who is one of Menel's children. She's probably his youngest child, but I would say the most very active one right now on the ground. Sister that, yes, we see, yeah. Give time. So you're welcome to the Rastafari Global Reason Conference 2023. You're doing so. Yeah, man, the floor is yours. The floor is yours, Sister Kathy.
I just really want to say greetings to everyone in the name of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia and Empress Menen. And I guess this Zoom meeting was really one that I was anticipating since 2 o'clock. But at the end of the day, I guess, it's what it is. And what I'd like to talk about pretty much is pinnacle. And
Sister Kathy, we're not seeing you, and I'm not hearing you. No, you're still there. That's why I personally prefer live conferences face to face. Because once your Wi-Fi not together, this is what happens. Sister Kathy, are you still there? Last we just check the participant list. Sister Kathy, can you hear me? Yeah, analysis. All right, Sister Queen of Sheba, are you there?
You're unknown. You're unknown. Yes, you're unknown. You're unknown. Since you're unknown. Since you're unknown, you're unknown, you're unknown. Right.
Greetings, Rastafari family.
Greetings, Lai.
Yes, I blessed love in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, and his chosen queen, Empress Rosera Menin. I give thanks to be here. I've been waiting for quite a while too. So I will make my presentation. Is everyone hearing me? Yes, I give thanks. The topic is survival plans, food security. And as I have been listening to the reasoning, all of us are aware that agriculture is our first culture. We can do nothing without agriculture. So we say, let food be our medicine should be our food. I want to speak directly to what we can do, because I have been listening for a while. And you know, as Rastafari people, we say unity. I have come to the conclusion and the belief that unity is a working relationship. We can no longer sit and say unity. We have to have working relationship, whether it be in business, education, and most importantly, agriculture. We have now come out of the COVID-19 era, which I hope has been a sharp awakening to most of I and I. Because we have been for so many years, you know, throwing fire and burning so much things in a Babylon. But then when these things come down to the point where they affect us, our families, our livelihood, our very existence as it relates to food, then it's time for us to act more seriously. I will speak directly to what we are doing in the hope that what I am sharing can be an example as one of the ways forward in terms of our resolutions and our aims and objectives. We in Barbados, the Ichiruganem Council for the Advancement of Rastafari, which is also a branch of the Caribbean Rastafari organization, have been speaking and have recognized agriculture of one of our main committees from the beginning of time, 25 years now coming on until now. We have seen some success in that area whereby we have agricultural set up by the Rastafari family in Antigua, where they have their farm incorporated with their food, incorporated with their Nyabingi house and their Nyabingi culture. They're doing business, they're involving and reaching out to other members of the community, and not all Rastafari, but people, brethren and sisters, African people like ourselves. What we have been doing in Barbados, we have set up a cooperative. Our cooperative has been called and is named Pinnacle Agricultural Cooperative Society Limited. We took a vote when we were deciding on the name. And To my sister there, Sister Catherine Howell, I'm not sure she's still in the room. I realized she just dropped out. We met some years ago at the Clement Payne Center in Barbados. We voted to take the name Pinnacle. And why we voted to take that name Pinnacle? Because we wanted to continue and to use that as an example going forward in terms of the works we will be doing. On Pinnacle Farm, currently we're into 3 years now, and it's an organic farm. I just listened to the last presentation. It's a farm that it is on the beach coast, extremely beautiful space. I would like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, Mayor Amor Motley, for giving us this opportunity to lease this 20 acres of land. It is actually a plantation of 225 acres of land or so, but it was given to Rastafari groups and organizations. At this point so far, about 4 groups has come forward, so a lot of the land is still open, and we're trying to keep meetings in the community and encourage the other groups, to let us make sure we deal with our food security in terms of managing this plantation. Some of our challenges have been getting workers, getting other brethren and sisters to see the importance of agriculture and becoming a part of it. Our main challenges have been related to equipment, funding, money. We have been using our own money to generate income to do self-help. It is in the countryside, so transportation sometimes is an issue. So we do carpooling in order that individuals can get on the land to do work on a daily basis. But in terms of Pinnacle itself, we're currently looking at mostly fruit tree planting. We started to plant, maybe we having at least 200 or so fruit trees already. We're doing some beekeeping, vegetable farming, herbs. We're looking to include some form of animal husbandry so we can get the manure, as it is an organic farm. And we're doing all of this organically because we are the protectors of the environment. We need to be planting, we need to remain a part of nature. We need to be at one with nature. So we need to plant our food organically, that our food is healthy, that we can sustain ourselves and be able to share clean, healthy food. What we have been doing to make sure that as we go along, we have our strengths. We've been doing some courses as it relates to agricultural management, as it relates to bookkeeping. We have even gotten a few of our elders and some of the ones who are not too computer literate to do basic computer courses so that we can edify ourselves and share information and keep in that vein of always learning, and being able to have proper accountable systems, proper bookkeeping, proper financial management, these kind of things. What being a registered co-op have enabled us to do is to be able to link with many other agricultural groups on the island, many of who are not Rastafari groupings, but who are all farmers. We've been doing some looking at coconut tree planting. We want to identify some of the foods that are easy to grow, that are very beneficial to us. And coconut trees, water is the essence of life. Coconut trees and the coconut tree industry has grown very, very big in Barbados, to the point where the demand is greater than the supply. So we have the climbers now are picking coconuts that are too young. So we are trying to help by planting as much coconut trees. Perhaps we are looking at maybe 4 acres or so. We also want to use that land for educational purposes, whereby we can have a working relationship with some of the schools in the area where we can bring them to understand seasonal planting, what crops are planted when. A lot of the younger persons nowadays, they're losing this cultural knowledge. When is yam planting? How long does it stay in the ground? What time frame it takes for certain seeds to burst? These are the kind of things that we're looking to work with the schools. Herbal identification, because that particular part of our culture, Rastafari, is very strong. We are the ones who have kept the tradition of herbal medicine and herbal practices alive. So now we want to be able to point out not only to the youths, but to anyone visiting the farm, help them to identify medicine and their herbs and their usage, whether it be the root, the bark, the leaves, the seed, and how to properly prepare them. In terms of our business and going forward, these are some of the things we want to be able to put forward. We want to be able to do craft from bamboo, agriculture again, craft from the coconut, craft from the seeds, some of the seeds that we see on some of these flowering trees that are used in jewelry and in basket making, this kind of thing. These are things that we are into and we want to expand on a bigger level. One thing that concerns me though is I think that we need to start to identify and even have a working relationship amongst ourselves through the islands in terms of seed banks. We also need to be looking at what kind of crops can we grow that are real survival crops, the crops that our grandparents would have grown, and those crops that would have maintained a stable diet and a healthy balance in their diet. I speak to things like the cassava, the sweet potato, the pumpkin, the edo. We're speaking about things like the spinach and the callaloo greens. These are the kind of things that we need to be looking at in terms of how do we keep our farms fully efficient with food that can maintain a healthy and balanced diet. That is a major concern because I find that they're messing with a lot of our seeds. A lot of our seeds that we're getting are genetically modified. A lot of them do not reproduce well. A lot of them, you're not able to wait for your plant to dry and grow again. So you have to go into your pocket and go back to the store. So these are areas we need to look at. And collectively, what we can do, my travel through the Caribbean in terms of working with and traveling with the Caribbean Rastafari organization, we need to identify the strengths in each island as it relates to our food. For example, when we look at rice, rice is one of the main staples in the whole Caribbean, even in Ghana, where we visited recently. But most of us don't grow rice. But we have a place like Guyana, where they grow some of the healthiest and most tasty brown rice that I have ever had the opportunity to eat. So when we are looking at collaboration amongst I and I serve as Rastafari people, we can look at which island is growing and producing these kind of foods like rice and Guyana, for instance. We can look at which organization we might be able to do trade with in terms of getting, whether it be rice, whether it be spices out of Grenada, whether it be frozen akis out of Jamaica. That's a big industry. We can never have enough Jamaican akis right now, even though we have some trees here. So I and I, as Rastafari people, now need to look at trading and trading in food. I remember during the pandemic, I Caribbean a registered group, and registered groups and organizations were reached out to by our government. They were giving out these packages. Remember, we were all locked off at home, except the farmer, farmers were given privileges to travel, to go to their farm, because everybody must eat. But when these care packages came out, these care packages was an embarrassment to Rastafari. You know, it showed us our weaknesses, because when you have to sit at home and wonder where your next meal is going to come from, and that next meal turns up with corned beef and sardine, white flour biscuits, things that are not part of our diet, then you have no choice but to feed them to your animals or give them to a relative or friend who would eat that kind of food. So we were happy that we were able to have some yams and some cassava, some beans and some pumpkins to share and to distribute amongst each other. Bearing in mind that it was never enough, but that was a wake-up call to, not only for us, but I hope for many of us in the region, of the importance of growing our food and our sustainability as it relates to food. What should be our plan as Rastafari organizations going forward? First and foremost, should be the acquisition of land. I just heard the previous speaker spoke to lands being taken back and taken up by tourist investments, and this is happening all over. So it is absolutely crucial for us to go after forming organizations so we can speak as a collective and have a representative as a collective, so we can approach our Ministry of Agriculture and our heads of government and see after the acquisition of land. We cannot have discussions, we cannot feed ourselves, we cannot have these ongoing discussions, even as it relates to the cannabis industry, which is a part of our food as well, unless we have land. You know, so we must in every area go after the acquisition of land. When we do so, let us learn from our mistake. Make sure that we have some legal binding and some legal authority when we go about to get these lands. Do not let it be a position where we have been occupying land for X amount of years, and then just like that, somebody can come and move us. We have to go, we have to leave all our fruit trees, all our labor, everything, and it's not easy to start over again. We have seen this happen.
Your conclusion is come to the end.
Say that again?
We have to conclude briefly, please, we're come to the end.
Sure, no problem. So if you are not able to do that collectively in terms of group, remember you can start at home, your home gardening, your recycled containers. Even if you're living in the urban areas, you know, you can still grow your thyme and your marjoram and your small food. I see people growing sweet potatoes in these recycled sugar bags, and so much potatoes coming out of one bag. There's so much we can do. We need to have our food coming from our farms in terms of looking at our financing and in terms of our economic viability and our economic growth. Foods coming from our farms to our customers, to Rastafari businesses, the food chain, kitchen for the needy, school meal services, elderly care, all of that in terms of even doing our charity work and being able to make contributions within our community and outside of our community. I understand the balance of time. I want to give thanks for the opportunity to share our ideas in terms of farming. Remember, food first. Let the hungry be fed. That's what is the main part of our creed. And it is absolutely crucial that we play a major role in feeding ourselves. So give thanks, family. I give thanks to be able to make the presentation. Rastafari bless. Give thanks.
Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. So we have come to the conclusion for today of our reasoning, at the conclusion of the discussion and reasoning, right?
But it's, I hope that the last 2 days, a lot of information was party, right? But also, it's important that we don't use this information as a talk shop, right? We need to see conclusions, we need to see reason continue, right? For those who were here yesterday, my name is Hassan Montague. I'm one of the coordinator of the first International Rasta Conference in Toronto in 1982. I was also here in 1983. And I was also here in 2003, and now I'm here again. So I would like to say that it was a pleasure being here. I live in Toronto, Canada, where we do Rasta Fest and other Rasta events, right? And thanks again for coming out for the global reason, and as the region should continue. But it's important though that we should not be a talk shop, because I've been to many conferences where there are talk shops, we do a lot of listening, but we don't continue and follow up with our discussion. I think that's very important. The other thing I also want to emphasize is that we need to pass the baton on to young people. And I always stress that, because as elders in our own rights, we have done our part, we do our works, but the youth have to continue, right? So always plan on the young person to mentor so they can continue with the work, because we're all getting older and older and wiser. So we could pass on that wisdom to the younger generation. So again, big thanks for coming out again today, right? I know the next few days I'm going forward to Toronto, and I look forward to, again, another gathering of this magnitude. So spread the word, tell everyone, for those who weren't able to make it, it's important to continue to spread the word. I'm sure it's recorded, you're gonna have it posted through various channels, social media channels and things like that. So the important thing, though, the content was very good, but we need to get the message out now to the international Rastafari community, right? Which I'm part of, right? And what I want, the last thing I want to say this is, right, you see, when you're in Jamaica, you see like it's a very small community, but the Rastafari community is huge, very, very huge. So it's important to get the message out to the international Rastafari community. Thanks again.
Give thanks, family.
Yes. Yes, I'm million rounds. No respect for I'm going to Royal Federation, Charter 7, Kingston 12. And I study all the different bodies and groups. I study finance here. And I noticed only Rasta and Lord going the leaders law. So I account to that. Rasta was sent to the law book by Ethiopia. Start study it and work out by it. Because no other way. I hope that. Yes. AI. As a tour for a month, which you get sent by a mountain side. Didn't look nice, never need that. That's the I ask for money to miss your love and life forevermore. Let's meet a day of really nice. Oh,